That's Wayne Font.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled Scio Township Planning Commission meeting of November 28th, 2022. And it will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Secretary Chang, will you roll call, please?
Okay, Commissioner Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Sherman, no, he's not here. Commissioner Human,
Present.
Commissioner Hyde, Commissioner Chang, present.
And
Oh, I'm sorry,
Culbertson and
Commissioner
Reiser.
Culbertson. Yep, you're here. I was looking right at your
Present.
visor. So,
And then Commissioner Reiser will be joining us when he finishes his 7 to 8 hour meeting commitment. So with that, we'll continue on. Adoption of the agenda. Anyone
I
want
move adoption of the agenda.
right? Motion by. Yeah. And any further discussion? Adoption of the agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? All right. Communications and correspondence. We did get notice from the city of Ann Arbor on their open some planning items. Any other communications that anyone else received?
I have a question about that communication from Ann Arbor.
Yes.
Do we have an electronic copy that has a working link? This looks like a scanned.
Could do that.
I don't need
It is
second.
scanned, but yeah, and there, we can also provide that because it'll be on their website too.
Do we need to put this on the record? This evening? Under correspondence.
Yeah, we should. Also, Mr. Luan gave us an email from Mark McCullough from the Washoe County Roads. Let's see, that it's regarding the Zippy Car Wash, and it basically says that they don't have a response yet on that site plan, and they're gathering some more information. So it's going to take them a little more time to approve that. And that was dated October 28th. Any other correspondence from other commissioners? We'll move on to public comment. People wishing to address the planning commission on any matters. We do not have any public hearings scheduled this evening. So this will be the public's only time to address the planning commission. And so such oral presentations shall be limited to 3 minutes, except if you're representing an organization, you'll have 5 minutes. And we start with those who are present in the township hall and then move to those who are online. And we ask you to be sure to sign in and it should be just signed in under regular public comment. So is there anyone that would like to address the planning commission?
Hello, my name is David Spicer. I reside at 525 Baker Road. Good evening, Planning Commission, and to those of you present, and people on Zoom also. I would like to talk about the possible action on PUD 22006 Heritage Woods new PUD. Eugene Kett and our legal counsel on about November 9th, 2022, sent 2 offers to Alan Green on the Boulevard Agreement. Offer 1 was being able to tie our future development into their sewer. Their answer was no. Offer two was for them to buy us out at $250,000 an acre. Answer back, no. Let us know how much was paid for the 4.84 acres next to Eugene Katz on 597 Baker Road to access the development. Called the listing realtor today. Secretary who answered the phone said, I will have my husband call you back. To no surprise, no call back. I don't know what they're hiding. Both parties need more time to work this out. Has the Plan Commission ever had this same situation happen before? Why has it taken so long for the developer to even start the conversation about a boulevard agreement? Only because of us to the south of the boulevard brought it up. They were trying to pull a fast one on us. If passed tonight, what will the trustees do differently? Just kick the can down the road? Eugene and I have combined over 100 years using this service drive, and we want to continue using our service drive. And it's on file with MDOT. Last but not least, if and when we do file our lawsuit, who's going to pay for the lawyers? Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else present who would like to address the Planning Commission? All right, I see no one else coming forward.
Yeah, we got a couple of hands up in the virtual audience. First hand up is Pam Boyd. So let me. Ms. Boyd, you have the.
Thank you. Good evening, Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. Two little things. Commissioner Moore, I love your dedication. Glad to see you here today. I would have loved a vacation day today. One more day would have been great. The other thing is, I'm not sure if you all have been made aware, but Doug Fuller of Washtenaw County Road Commission passed away this weekend and wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Joe Pattinson. Mr. or Mrs. Pattinson, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. This is Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. First of all, I have a question. If I understand correctly, John Reiser is now the trustee representative to the Planning Commission. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And is he attending tonight?
He will be joining us after, he's actually on a Zoom meeting, and he'll be joining us as soon as he's off of that.
When it comes to Heritage Woods, John has a lot of homework to do. This has been going on for quite some time. And I read through I think it was 171-page packet for Heritage Woods project. And I didn't see anything in there with a resolution for resolving the issues with the neighbors and the easements. And as Mr. Spicer just said, it appears that did indeed not happen. We need to talk more about the public good with this project. And we also need to talk more about who will be responsible for breakdowns in the sewer system project. Also, we need to talk about how are they going to address I believe last time we heard that Chelsea gets approximately 400 calls a year out to the retirement center out there. So can we expect 400 calls a year to our fire department for this facility? And how are we going to address that? And then, as Mr. Spicer just told us that they got turned down for their proposal, I'd like to remind the planning commission that some of the homes on the Somerset property that is going to be the new dealerships by American Broach on Jackson Road, some of those properties sold for up to $700,000, in over $700,000 each, I believe. So we also need to talk more about that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
There are no other hands up in the virtual audience.
Okay. And just last call for anyone that would like to address the planning commission this evening. With that, I'll entertain a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Moore and supported by Commissioner Kuhn. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, we're closing public comment at 7:11. We have no public hearings this evening, so we're moving to unfinished business. Possible action, OAPD number 22006, FSP number 22011, Heritage Woods, new PUD. Yes, if the applicant would like to come forward. And do sign in under Heritage Woods. Please go ahead. Yeah, we'll typically do your presentation and then consultants.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you again for the opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Daniel Johnson. We have Smith family representatives in the audience with us this evening, Jerry, Bob, and Jeff Smith, property owners. And we have several team members with us this evening in person. We have Joe Maynard from Washington Engineering representing us, and we have Alan Green from Dyke Mountain, our legal counsel, representing us this evening as well. Alan has been involved in several things on the project, including the easement agreement that was drafted. And he's been involved with discussions with your township attorney on the community wastewater utility agreement and the future development agreement as well. So, I want to give Alan to be here this evening to address some of the topics that have been raised already. Online, we have joining us Ted Erickson from IMEG, who's the community wastewater utility system engineer. We have Matthew Van Sweden from Foresight, our environmental consultant, and we have representatives from Trilogy Health Services online, Heath Ryder and Joe Milwaukee. So since our presentation to the Planning Commission on September 28th, we wanted to provide an update on the item specifically that was requested at that meeting. So I'm going to jump to screen sharing here and run through those. So again, Heritage Woods Village, planned senior residential community. We talked about it in the past. Left this slide in just as an overview in case we need to refer to it in terms of various components of the project. Just to update the PUD process we're involved in, focusing on the bottom part of the slide. We're looking at meeting tonight here. We did have a special presentation by Trilogy on October 24th. And our first meeting was on September 29th, as you know. So specifically to the updates that the Planning Commission asked us to look into and respond to, there should be in your packet the correspondence dated November 7th, which is a letter that sort of summarizes these items. But just to paraphrase them, the first two had to do with responding to the drawings from Carlisle Workman, or the comments, review letter comments from Carlisle Workman and OHM, and revised plans were submitted to address the comments from the letters in September. With respect to the Washington County Road Commission memo, revised plans were submitted. Actually, Joe met with road commission at the site, talked through a couple of the issues that were there, which is explained in the letter, and then they issued their permit actually on the 7th, coincidentally, of this month of November. With respect to the issues brought forward by our council, Eagle questions were answered by Eagle, and Eagle issued their permit on November 1st. Regarding the project benefits, we'll summarize that a little bit further, but that will be a subject of the pending development agreement that we worked on in the near future. As I mentioned earlier, number 6, the meeting that was requested occurred on October 24th. And number 7, the meeting with the neighbors. It's our understanding that the township outreach was declined by the neighbors. There were several dates and several times that were offered. And ultimately that was referred to legal counsel with the request of the neighbors to continue the conversation. So Alan is here. He's had a couple of conversations with their counsel. Wanted to circle back leading up to the community benefits excerpt from the master plan that we've talked about before, addressing the goals as part of the PUD. And as we talked about before, we've touched on all of these items to one degree or another in terms of what we've done in terms of our proposal for the project. To paraphrase and to abbreviate, in terms of the master plan goals, the project purpose is to provide elderly housing opportunities for the community. In terms of the public pathway connection, which is item number 2 on that list, the project includes a public pathway linkage that would connect to the future Baker Road system that's anticipated. Number 3, demonstrate public utility extensions. We'll talk about that in more detail, but the project would provide a monetary investment in the community on that particular point. The same thing would be true of number 4 in terms of the fire department, providing a monetary investment in the community. 5, regarding stormwater treatment and EV adoption, the best management practices, stormwater design are included, including infiltration and vegetation swales, and providing EV charging on about a 43% basis of the required parking for the project. Number 6, we're incorporating a 2-acre solar farm on the site and solar-ready provisions for all of the duplex units. And number 7, in terms of the preservation of existing native trees, etc. We're providing over 13 acres of wooded conservation areas and planting over 1,500 trees for carbon sequestration. To expand on the community benefits narrative, specifically to the monetary components of the community benefits. The pathway system is about a half-mile long. As indicated on the plans, we intend to grant an easement for public use and be responsible for maintaining the pathway in the future. The engineer estimates the investment for this item to be $500,000. In terms of the fire department, we've committed, as we indicated before, proportionally to contribute to the department. And in terms of this component for either the future purchase of the ladder truck, we're planning for a new fire station. We estimate that investment to be $148,000. In terms of the utility component, this is a little more involved because our project is privately funding the sanitary sewer treatment system. So really talking about a water main system for this particular farm. After discussions with Billy Jim, it appears that there is no need for improvements to the water system in the project area. Since there's no obvious utility improvement that has correlation to the project impact, Heritage Woods is amenable for the utility department contribution to be reallocated to the community pathway fund. All or in part is determined by the township for further pathway improvements in the Baker Road corridor. We estimate this investment to be $115,000. It should be noted just on this particular topic that even though connection fees or tap fees are not considered technically a community benefit, they do benefit the utility department. And for this particular project, they would be in the range of $1.7 million. In terms of sustainability components, we've summarized from a monetary standpoint what that investment is. It's summarized below. So the solar farm is obviously the largest component in that category. There are three different items under the EV ready components, and then the solar ready for the duplexes. This is not all the sustainability items, but it's the primary ones we're summarizing monetary values for. So again, summarize the sustainability components. We're talking about a 2-acre solar farm. We're talking about EV charging for each of the duplex and building units in the clubhouse. We're proposing LEED certification for all the duplex and building units, which has the features that are outlined here, which are pretty standard for LEED certification. We can provide all electric Energy Star appliances in all the duplex units and building units. Provide all electric water heaters in the duplex and building units. We're going to provide for state-of-the-art building envelope insulation levels for all the duplex and building units per the energy code that's soon to be adopted by the state of Michigan. We're doing this regardless of its adoption status at the time we submit for those structures. We're providing solar-ready infrastructure for all the duplex units and providing, as I mentioned earlier, carbon sequestration by planting over 1,500 trees for the project. In terms of the senior building, they've committed to acquiring 100% of electric power needs from the on-site solar farm facility. As we mentioned before, all of their residential units utilize electric HVAC equipment, whether it's PTAC or VTAC. That's for all the rooms or the units. We did an operating analysis of one of their other facilities that are very similar in terms of size. And that indicated that 83% of the cost for energy consumption was electric based. And we're providing infrastructure for future EV charging stations as may be needed to transition in the future. Just to kind of summarize the last two topics here in terms of sustainability, we continue to look for opportunities as time goes on, transition period to 2035. As an example, the technology for heat pumps could be changing in the near future, and we could potentially address those after the life cycle. The current gas equipment would expire in 10 to 15 years in terms of its life cycle. There's the heat pump concern is still an issue for us. We've done a lot of research on this particular topic, and the lack of thermal performance in cold weather is an issue, and the potential for liability to purchasers of duplex units or complaints from the bill of residents is a real issue for us. As we've just been described in the past, if you look at the green and the blue areas, those are areas that are issues for cold climate heat pump considerations based on our research. This is a slide from the Department of Energy website, and I think we talked about this before, is that they currently have a heat pump cold climate technology challenge going on. So they recognize that there are issues with heat pumps in cold climates like Michigan. And they lay out a timeline here for their challenge, and it goes out in the future for deployment beyond your start date. Again, to summarize, going back to the project purpose, this is a senior housing project. Master plan within the 215 and 221 as objectives for the township. Supported by SimCog demographic data, supported by a target market demand study. Supported by the state of Michigan certificate of need for assisted living nursing beds. And there are no assisted living facilities in Scio Township. And certainly the need is here. And to circle back to the slide we used in our first presentation a couple of years ago, real need for senior housing both here and in the country at large. So we'd like to thank you for consideration, and we'd also like to request that you consider reviewing a statement action on the project this evening. We would like to make progress on the development agreement, community wastewater utility agreement, and that really, as we understand it, follows the action on the part of this committee or this commission. We believe that the items in the consultant review letters can be addressed prior to the Board of Trustees consideration. They can be done in parallel with the above. I'll let Joe talk a little bit about the items in the letter if you want to expand on those to some degree.
Yeah, so I've had conversations with both Stacy and Sally. I think they're on tonight about the review letter. OHM's letter looks long, but it's a lot of rim inverts don't match and very minor, small issues. We talked about resubmittal and getting that done before board approval. I think they're on board with it, and they can explain that further later tonight. But I've gone through that letter quite detailed. It doesn't change the site plan, just the minor details.
So we don't really, as Joe said, we don't take any issue with the items that we, in the letters that review letters from the consultants. We see no technical reason why we can't move forward with the stipulation that these items be addressed prior to the board meeting. And timing is important for another reason. There is a certificate of need that's issued by the state for the nursing beds, and there are calendar commitments associated with that. And it would be very much in the benefit of the project to be able to get to the Board of Trustees at this point with the shortened calendar in December. Probably the soonest that we could get there would be January, because we have to approve the meeting minutes at the next meeting if agree to do that. And then there's a public notice period that would have to be dealt with in terms of the Board of Trustees. So realistically, that pushes us into January. So we've been at this a long time. We'd like to move on. There's a lot more work to do in terms of the development agreement, community wastewater utility agreement, and we'd certainly like to do that. So we're here to answer questions, and Alan is here if we're going to talk about the easement agreement or discussions with the neighbors, council, etc. We're here to do that. Thank you.
I think what we'll do is if there are some questions of content or what they presented, to clarify. Otherwise, we'll move to the consultants and then come back and deal with issues and so forth. Does that sound all right?
Sure, as I understand it, the easement agreement has not been finalized, and the wastewater agreement has not been finalized.
Yeah, I can, the wastewater agreement has been drafted. I drafted a first draft of that. I gave it to Mr. Fink. He's going to look at that. That's something that we're going to resolve between the planning commission decision, recommendation, and the board meeting. And so the development agreement, that's another thing I'll be working on. Mr. Fink wanted to do that. He wanted to do the first draft of that because he has an idea of what he wants to see in that. And so he's going to do that again between the, the planning commission and the board. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I had a sinus infection I've recovered from. But as to the easement agreement, an easement agreement has been drafted. The issue there is whether or not the neighbors want to sign off on it or not. I prepared an easement agreement. That was the first task I had. I sent that agreement to MDOT. They've approved the form of the agreement. That is the content of the agreement. And we signed it. It's just being held. It just hasn't been recorded. And our position, my position is we can give the easement to anybody we want. We're giving it to everybody, the public, including our neighbors. They don't have to agree or not agree if they don't want to use it. So we have an easement agreement. It indicates that we were going to make all these improvements and we're going to maintain it at our expense. And any of the neighbors around us can then utilize the construction. Sorry about that voice. And one neighbor has actually signed the easement. Out of the three, the two that are here have not. So what has happened there is I initially had some conversations with a first attorney, Mariah Fink, who was representing Mr. Spicer. And I think she fully understood the benefits that would be accruing to our neighbors. Right now, our neighbors can only access a single family home in their property, and that's all they ever could do. They don't have the ability to create an access point on their properties that could serve, for example, business development or retail development. All they could do is access that that little drive that's in the driveway that's in the road right away. It accesses the road off of their property. So all they could ever do, unless something changed, was use their property for single family use. By virtue of what we're doing, the improvement we're making, both at the main intersection there, and then also we're giving them two rights, really. We're giving them the right now to access the turnaround and go in and out of their property, but we're also giving them another right, I think, that the Planning Commission wanted, that we would allow a drive to connect to our boulevard and entrance further up, where it would be required if this was ever to be developed for additional property. So Ms. Fink seemed to realize that it's a huge benefit that we're providing at our expense, which allows their property to be developed if they wanted to develop it or wanted to sell it. Ms. Fink left and I got a call from Fred Lucas, their new counsel, last week, right before Thanksgiving. And again, I've known Fred for years. Great guy. We worked a lot together. So Fred actually didn't propose to buy the property at $250,000 an acre. Those discussions took place a long time ago, and it's my understanding that was a demand. We buy their property for $250,000 an acre, and that was rejected. We don't want their property. We don't need their property, and the price is not what we believe to be anywhere near market value for the property. He did make the proposal, said to me last week or 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago, and I called him last week. You know, I've got another idea. Can you guys provide utility service, sewer service for their property? Because that will also increase the value of their property. I said, I'll take a look at it. You know, and we talked to the engineer. When they say it was rejected because we can't do it, not because we don't want to do it. It's not feasible. We don't have the capacity. We don't have the space to expand it. Leaving aside the fact that your ordinances wouldn't permit that. But if we had the ability to do it, I guess we could talk about getting variances and things like that. So it wasn't feasible. I called Fred back on Wednesday. I said, Fred, it's not feasible. My engineers say we can't really do it. If we were even to buy your client's property, we wouldn't even serve it through that same system. We would have to come up with some other means to provide sewer service. And I think one of the things, I think I was told that we'd have to maybe bore under the expressway or do something really crazy to get utility service there. So that was the sum total of our conversation. You know, I mean, we've always been prepared to be good neighbors. We're trying to work with them. We've got an easement agreement done. We're doing all the improvements that MDOT wants, that the Washington County Road Commission wants. They gave us a permit already. I don't know what more to do in this regard. I think our neighbors are not appreciating the value that's going to be achieved as a result of this development, the access, and they want more. More than we can't give them. That's where we're at.
So If I may ask another
Sure.
follow-up question. My understanding is there's a neighbor on Marshall Road that wants to connect to your utilities.
I am not aware of that. You guys know about that? That was. not-
Yeah, that came up at the last meeting or the meeting before. So
no
I'm just curious,
No one brought that to my attention. It was the only conversation I had was with Mr. Lucas, and he represents Mr. Kett and Mr. Spicer, and asked whether we could service their properties
Yeah.
with our sewer system. And again, I didn't reject it or anything out of hand. I said,
Yeah.
sure, let's look at it.
Sure.
And I talked to our engineers, and they said it's not feasible. It's not sized for that. We don't have land to expand it. It's,
so they're on completely different sides of the project, Marshall Road,
Okay.
compared to where the
got it.
Baker Road residents are. Are you familiar with that request?
I didn't know there was a request. I mean, I've looked at the property.
Well, the guy came to our meeting.
Well, I think maybe what
Yeah.
you're referring to is we had a discussion with the Smith family. Their homes are currently served by wells right now. We have had conversations with them about connecting to the water system that we're putting in through the project.
Right.
And
Oh, that's
yeah,
Which is
that's totally different.
That's
than-
different. That's something that could be
That's something that could be
considered. Yeah, that's different. They wanted, what we were talking about now was to access our sewer system, our on-site sewer system that we're gonna be putting in there to serve commercial development of the property. It's not like, we have a septic system, and if our septic system goes bad, can we connect to your sewer system? There probably would be capacity to do that. This was for development of their property for commercial use.
But so as I understand, the other neighbor of
Yeah.
Marshall is looking to connect to your water system, not your sewer system.
Okay,
Correct, that's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
right. That would be.
Yeah,
that
a
would be
water
different.
system connection would actually be a permit through the utilities department.
We would object. We wouldn't object to that.
Yeah.
I mean, that can be done. That's not an issue.
So just to clarify that you wouldn't have an objection to connection to the water system. It's the sewer system because of the sizing and the capacity, because you've already gotten your permit and so forth.
That's correct. That's correct.
And plus, you wouldn't know the loads for future development. Okay. Other clarifying questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hyde.
My question has to do with the community benefits. Was there a document in the packet other than the, I don't know what the sheet number is, but it's one of your plan sheets. There's recognizable benefits listed there that seems similar to your slide. Is that where you have it in your plans?
I think it's the cover sheet or the second sheet.
Second page, C 1.1.
I haven't zoomed in, so either I unzoom and then have to rezoom or. So my question has to do with your listing, for instance, future solar farm as a community benefit. Do you have plans for that we can take a look at? I mean, is it part of this or is it future?
No, it's part of the project. It will be part of the project.
And do we have that in front of us?
Well, it's depicted in terms of the location of the property. We have illustrated on prior presentations what that looks like more specifically.
I know you've shown us what it could be, but you haven't shown us what it is going to be. If you follow what I'm saying. I don't have a plan in front of me, I don't believe.
I can pull up something if you.
No, is it part of the plans that we're going to be approving or not approving tonight? And I don't think it is. I'm not trying to be a trick question. I just don't think. it's-
Well, there's an area depicted on the site for the solar farm.
All that's been done is identifying where it could go in. I have a problem with that being called a community benefit. We don't even know when it will go in, what it is. I mean, I like the idea, but it is just an idea. So
I think we'll get into some of that discussion after we get through all the,
I just wanted to know if it was anywhere
Yeah.
else or if this is it.
Okay.
And there are other items in here that
yeah, we'll get into discussion. Any other questions?
I have a question. This is more of a public benefit, just kind of, piggybacking on to Commissioner Hyde's question. You'd also mentioned there was 1,500 trees that are being planted. Are those required as part of, let's say, interior landscaping or screening above? Is this above and beyond what would already be required as part of the public benefit?
It's the summary of everything that's be planned on the project that's required and not
So some is required and some is not
required.
required.
Includes street trees, for example, that's in that number. Includes mitigation trees, that's in that number. And there's some other categories.
But do we know the difference of, okay, if these are mitigation trees, street trees, interior screening trees and foundation plantings, if that's required, I'm not sure that's not following public benefits, that's already a requirement. Do we have any separate charts saying, well, we've exceeded the minimum that's required, and this is above and beyond?
All the landscape calculations are in sheet L.1. There's a huge chart there. I'm probably not going to read it to scale.
Could you just tell us how many of the trees are required of the 1,500? Or vice versa, how many are not that you're saying, in addition to what we require?
I think they're all required. But the point is, it contributes to carbon sequestration, regardless of the requirement or not. And you can argue about if that's a community benefit, I agree with that, but the point is it addresses carbon sequestration.
Any other clarifying questions? Oh, Commissioner Hyde.
I'm not sure if we're gonna get into the property donation along Marshall Road for the Washtenaw County Road Commission. Is it part of the plan that you have seen?
Then, is that a question for the petitioner?
If we can handle that internally, or if Doug knows the answer to that, otherwise I'd ask them. Okay,
Okay,
so I'd like to know about this property donation along Marshall Road. What is the nature of that?
So right now, the property line goes to the center line of Marshall Road. So typically, in a project like this, and Joe can speak to this, you would take it back to what would be the right-of-way line for the road and right-of-way. And there would be a slight subtraction from the center line to the, in this case, the south right-of-way.
You're calling that a public benefit. So that, I have a hard time with that one too. So, okay, this could go on. I just wanted to know what it was for sure.
then we'll go ahead and, Caroline Waltman, you want to go through your.
Thank you. Okay. Our review is dated November 22nd, 2022. It's approximately 13 pages long. I'm not going to go over all 13 pages. Before. I have 6 items that are to be addressed by the applicant. I'll go over those briefly. If there are any specific questions or comments from the planning commission about the other parts of our review, I'd be happy to try to answer those. The first item we put in here just to ensure that these items get addressed is Washtenaw County Road Commission review and approval, as well as any MDOT review and approval. We do have in your packet, after our review was written, an approval from the Washtenaw County Road Commission. So that comment appears to be addressed. Second item is a review of essential facilities and services by the Washtenaw County Health Department, Township Engineer, Utility Director in the state of Michigan. This particularly so essential facilities and services are really typical engineering items like stormwater, water service to the site, sewer service to the site, And I know Sally's on the line here, and Sally will get into this in more detail in a moment. But I put this in here partly as a reminder that this is obviously a big issue, particularly with the on-site wastewater facility. We did receive, I think last week, maybe the week before, the state of Michigan approval for their on-site wastewater facility. However, I would just remind the planning commissioners that Scio Township also has its own on-site wastewater facility ordinance. And I know that Township Engineer, OHM, is trying to work through some of those details to compare the Scio Township ordinance with the state of Michigan ordinance to make sure that all of our i's are dotted and t's are crossed. So that I will defer technical discussion on that facility specifically and essential facilities and services generally to OHM as they get into a moment. But something that will have to be addressed. I know it was mentioned by Mr. Johnson, or perhaps it was Johnson engineer, Mr. Maynard. There are a number of issues that OHM has raised in this regard, and we'll have to listen to see the importance of those issues moving forward. Get that from the engineer in a few minutes. Third item is the applicant did indicate, as they just talked about, providing pathways and easements, for public pathway on the site. They do show a 10-foot trail on the project. We also would like to see that trail show up, particularly with the easement in their master deed bylaws, development agreement, covenants document that they provided. Just has to be consistent, kind of certainly nothing that would stop the project from moving forward, but something that we will eventually need to see. Same with item number 4. There's some parking and bicycle parking counts that have to be clarified. Again, not a big issue, but something that has to be addressed prior to this project being approved. And then the applicant added a couple of one new sign deviation. As the planning commission may remember, planned unit developments may allow a series of deviations from the ordinance. The applicant, we talked about those in detail at the preliminary stage. Those had to do with some minor setback issues that the applicant was proposing. And the planning commission and ultimately the township board accepted those deviations. Since that our preliminary review of the project, the applicant is asking for some sign deviations for the entry sign on Baker Road with regard to the height of the sign and the placement of the sign. I specifically mentioned that in our review. The sign setback, the township has a minimum 15-foot setback to any property line. They're asking for a 10-foot setback to the adjacent property line. The deviation in sign height, they're asking for a 1-foot deviation. The maximum sign height for residential project will be 4 feet. They're asking for 5 feet. And they increased the sign area from 18 square feet to 24 square feet. So actually, height, area, and setback they're asking. So that's new from the last time we saw this. And then the last item, certainly not the least, and has already generated some discussion this evening, is the review of declaration of easements, covenants, and conditions, as well as the any master deed bylaws or development agreement for this project. In the past, the planning commission has given a general review of some of these items as was presented by Mr. Johnson this evening, and the detail of these kind of documents are in the past for large PUD projects like this have been reviewed prior to that and going to the township board between the township attorney and others that may have input on this. I know that the applicants proposed some of their proposed public benefits and amounts that they propose have been looked at and are being reviewed by various, fire department, engineer, utilities departments. That's kind of ongoing. The final detail of those numbers and those contributions in our most recent PUD project were accomplished. That final development agreement, the final numbers were finalized after planning commission recommended approval with some general understanding of what those numbers would be prior to it being put on a township board agenda. So that will be up to the planning commission to do, with regard to your comfort level on if after we discuss this evening, if you're okay with this, moving forward to the township board with conditions like that. But other than that, and that's probably the biggest item on our review is just that for the planning commission to understand that this project, there are certainly some specifics that have to be ironed out before this will go to the township board. And that would be the development agreement and a finalization of the community benefits document. So other than that, we've hashed this project over a number of times. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. But I think we're familiar with the project, and I don't think it's necessary for me to go through every page of the report. So, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Maybe we can do that after the engineer has a chance to go as well.
Great. Okay, thank you. I think that's a good idea. OHM.
Good evening. In our, wow, that's not good.
Hold on. I tried to turn everything up.
You did.
All right, good.
Better. Okay. Sorry about that. In our letter dated November 16th, we have 28 comments. The most significant of those, as Doug mentioned, do revolve around the community wastewater treatment system. The first one is compliance with the CWIS ordinance requirements of the township, which does include a operating agreement and the PUD agreement as well. I know those are in the works. They have been submitted. There was a bit of a snafu on the review end for the fees and things. So we have not started that review yet. We're hoping to get authorization to do that soon. Comment 2 goes into a lot of the details. As Doug and the applicant have mentioned, Eagle has issued their groundwater discharge permit. We just received that submission information last week. So we have not had a chance to review that yet, but that information may address some of our comments in part 2, but until I actually do that review, I can't tell you if they do or not. Moving on from there, we had a few sanitary water main and stormwater comments. Most of them are plan cleanup in terms of profiles, alignments. There were some calculation verifications that needed to be done for the stormwater. We also needed the infiltration report to be submitted to confirm that those numbers are correct. And then we had some ADA grading concerns that had to be worked out, as well as we still need to review the retaining wall calculations for the retaining walls on site to make sure those are designed correctly. And then Doug also touched on the PUD public benefits. We've been working with the township leadership on what the recommendations are. I know Dan had mentioned a few of those early on. That is still getting worked out. So we do have a large number of comments in this letter. Most of them are multi-part, but they are minor plan cleanup. So it's really up to planning commission if you're comfortable with moving forward with this many comments. I do think a lot of these are easily addressed, but until we get the next plan submission, we can't verify them that they're done quite yet. But I know I've talked with Joe and he has told me he's addressed a number of these. So really it comes down to your comfort level with these comments, knowing what you know at this point.
Question for Sally, go ahead.
I have a question, Sally, about the wastewater treatment plant. in regards to the Scio Township ordinance. So you have not begun that review yet. It's my understanding that the Scio Township requirements are more stringent than the state's, or is it in line now? Did the state write theirs to be in line with the townships?
I think they're pretty darn close.
Okay.
I can't say for sure. Sally's nodding her head, so I think
They're very, very close. There's a few minor changes, but nothing significant.
Okay. That was my biggest concern about that.
Sally, I have a question about the reporting of the, the Eagle has identified the performance requirements for the community wastewater. And does that come to us at all, or does that just go to Eagle? What is the situation here?
I believe that just goes to Eagle, and as long as it passes, there's no other action. I'm sure you could write that into the CWUS operating agreement if you chose to, that you would like copies as well. But as far as I know, I believe Eagle handles all of that for their permitting, and they do have to update, I believe, every 5 years for their groundwater discharge permit.
Do others have questions for?
I do. Sally, do we know? I imagine this is something that's already been determined, but do we know that I know this project is going to be hooked up to the Jackson water system. And do we know, or do we have a sense of the gallons, or what's allowable, or what's left, or what's that this project fits, that this project on this property fits with what's allowable for that property?
Yes,
Does that
so
make sense?
the contractual limitation on water actually comes in mostly on the sewer side of things. So because they're doing their own sewer system out there and their own treatment system, that part doesn't come into play with the contract. In terms of water capacity, there's plenty of water capacity out there. We are actually working with the utilities department to fine tune some of the tower operations and things. That report's going to be going to Steve here shortly on how the tower can be optimized as well to help keep the peak flows down a little bit more and use the tower more efficiently. But yes, there's plenty of water capacity for this development out here. Water is not the issue. It's the sewer side that actually limits what the township can do.
Thank you.
Has the fire department reviewed this and approved it? Or when do they do that?
Fire department
approval. Yeah, I'm fairly certain they have reviewed it and approved it.
And I saw Sally has it in her items that need to be approved prior to approval. I mean, required permits and approvals. And the third one in is the fire department. Review and approval is required. That doesn't say it has been reviewed and was approved. So,
I know they have reviewed it. I don't know that we've gotten an official approval letter from them yet. But I know they've reviewed it and provided comments on the access drive to Marshall and things like that. So they have seen it. I just don't know that we've gotten a formal letter, which sometimes doesn't happen. But we can definitely follow up with Chief Hood and get that before board approval.
At least before it goes to the board.
because they did review the preliminary, just not the final. Or we didn't get a letter from the last final.
I didn't see one.
So I have not seen an initial letter or any sort of letter from them, but that can tend to not be unusual at some points. I know they've had some changes in who's reviewing what over there, but I know for a fact they have reviewed it and they have provided comments. They've been in meetings with us where we've talked about it. So they're definitely in tune. I'm sure Doug and I can follow up with Chief Hood and Doug Armstrong to get a formal letter if that's what you would prefer.
I have two questions.
Yeah.
I want this correspondence that you gave us tonight, Doug. There,
This is for Zippy.
oh, that's, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Then my other question is, one to Mr. Johnson. So you make a good point that this is the only assisted living facility in Scio Township. I dare say that our population is an aging one too. So I wonder if you've thought about, or right now, as your project stands, anybody who applies that meets the criteria can move in. Is that correct? They don't have to be a resident of Scio Township?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Other questions? Mr. Johnson, could you address the sign request and the purpose why you need a deviation?
Sure, I think the pull it up. Can you enable the screen sharing?
You should be able to. Just have to do it again.
So if you can, main entrance sign is shown down in the lower right-hand corner. And this is again near on Baker Road. And in the context of the site entrance, property is about 165 feet in the north-south direction. And so it's a rather large entrance with respect to the boulevard, 2 lanes both ways. And we felt that from a scale standpoint, that it was appropriate at that location. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, it was set to stage.
Is there any,
Yeah, go ahead.
is there any sightline issues as a result of the increased height and or the lowered setback caused by this? I mean, that would be a concern of mine.
It doesn't affect any of the traffic directional image, the corner situation, that's what you're referring to. The sight lines doesn't affect.
People
that.
leaving the facility wouldn't have sightline issues blocked.
No.
The sign set so far back because of the MDOT's right away. It's
Right, and you're
it's
setting
gotta be
back
a good
less.
60 feet off the road edge.
Mhm.
I don't have a dimension here, but it looks like it'll be about 60 feet. Center line to that property line is 107.
So where is the traffic stopped in relationship to, people exiting and stopping at the light?
Yeah, their car's fully in front of that sign.
It's an unusually deep set right away at that location.
Did your plan show that? I mean, I was trying to see where it was.
I think we're on the plans.
It's tough to see it.
I didn't see,
Yeah.
so it was tough for me.
They're separate signage plans.
There's a
LE1,
separate-
LE2,
there's a separate
and
signage
LE3.
And it shows it in relationship to the setbacks or the
There's
overall
just,
line.
that shows up on the site plan.
So just while you're looking at that, may I piggyback on that?
Yeah, and I'd like, just a second, for the record, Commissioner Reiser, I'd like to welcome you.
Hi, thank you, folks.
And he joined us, let's call it 8:05 for the record. Okay.
Thanks.
So I guess I wouldn't want to, why do we regulate the 15-foot setback?
That is typically for site distance.
So that you can see.
Yeah, so if you approach an intersection, that sign's not blocking vision of the oncoming traffic. So that is why.
You can pull it up. In a second. Rather than me trying to hunt for it.
Yeah, I was trying to hunt for it early and I
I
wasn't
didn't find
successful.
where it was. Looking for the sign.
Yeah,
178 in that compressed packet. It's the second last page.
It's very.
Very close. I ask a question.
oh, please go ahead.
Is this, I assume this is viewed from the exit from the interstate, is that?
That's looking at it, looking west at John Baker Road, entering,
If you're on Baker Road, traveling west?
traveling west, looking west, traveling west.
Gotcha.
See, that's a sign on 178. That shows the views, the front view of it. It does not show a plan view, does it?
Yeah, it's on the top.
Will this sign be illuminated? Will there be lighting on it?
I believe it called out for some backlighting on the letters.
This is the only
Backlit
sign
letters, yeah.
that's being proposed, or there are going to be interior signs in the site also?
Well, there's a signage packages. It's pretty comprehensive, particularly around the trilogy or the senior building. You have a lot of directional signage in addition to identification signage. In terms of the other components of the project, there are monument type signs where you enter into the duplex area, for example, where you enter into the rental villa area, villas lease area, and then the main entrance. So those are sort of the grander signs, and then you've got a lot of directional signage. It's part of the trilogy site plan.
Those, I assume, so those all meet. It's just this specific one that's facing out towards Baker Road.
Yeah, this is the one that, this being kind of a development sign.
So I guess I'm still not sure why you need this 5 feet. I mean, what is the good reason
The
that I'm
5 feet
missing?
additional front setback. That is actually because we have an infiltration basin in the front
Mhm.
of the property. In order to meet the size requirement, I had to slide that sign forward, actually, in order to meet the infiltration basin requirements there. That's the only reason for sliding that forward 5 feet.
I still don't see the plan view that shows where it's located. I just
I think on my phone.
My only
Looking
concern
at my
is
phone.
site.
I know, this is.
Yeah, and I don't have a dimension here. Probably not one.
So we should see one of those. It will do. Yeah, Joe. It's short of the service drive.
Just forward. I don't know what they're gonna do for the kids. If they don't, they're gonna block it.
No, the stop bar, they have a stop bar to show that they.
Are they gonna use it certainly?
Essentially.
Okay, got it on the screen now.
Yes.
Okay, we've got it up on the screen,
Oh, okay.
so.
Yeah, you should get the property line.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, yeah.
So this is a kind of blow up of the entrance area. Baker Road is on right-hand side here, up and down the sheets. And as you enter the project, up above the drainage area Joe was referring to here, this is the wall that we're talking about that has the sign on it. So you can
Where's
see
the wall?
it's the straight line elements that are right there. It's like right in this projected area right there.
Move your cursor. Oh, okay, thank you.
So it's a combination of a landscape wall with a sign that's put on it. And you can see the unusual setback from Baker Road, it's quite significant. Not just the nature of the right of way in that location, right of way dimensions in that location. We can't put our sign on within the right of way, of course. So,
And traffic exiting the development would stop where?
So the stop bar is right here. So, shaking that.
So people would be blocking the neighbor's service drive when they stop?
Well, there's a stoplight there.
I'm sorry.
There's a stoplight there that controls the traffic.
I thought the stop bar was gonna be behind where the easement, the roadie, the service drive comes in, so that people could get out. That was discussed at
That was part
preliminary.
of the discussion earlier,
Yeah.
so. The assumption was that where you have that line that's just to the right of your sign and the wall, that is about where the stop bar would have to be for people exiting so that they wouldn't be blocking the neighbors. But is that correct? Is that how it
That's
works?
not how it's depicted. We did have discussions with that with MDOT. I don't think they were objecting. So modify that, but what you see on paper is what MDOT sort of directed us to do. Yes.
Yeah, because I think that would be important, and probably possibly a no turn on red at that point as well. Otherwise, people are just gonna not deal with the stop bar back there.
So I'm clear about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I apologize, I can't see those.
I can't see it either.
Cursor. So this is where the neighbors drive.
That's correct.
I'm not with anyone. And this is what you're talking about, having a stop sign here, so it doesn't block the.
The stop bar, because there's a light,
Yeah.
The white bar.
and then a no turn on red, because if you turn on, in order to turn on red, you're gonna come all the way up and block it.
I'm sure they'll stop back there too.
Well, we're trying to get the plan first, understand what the plan is.
I said, we did have discussions with them. I don't think they would have any objections to that.
But it wasn't put in the MDOT agreement. First of all, I want to say that looking at this with the lens of, is the sign going to be blocking the sightlines? I'd say no. But now we're into a further discussion about what is the MDOT plan agreed to for that light and how it would impact neighbors. Otherwise, you would be stopping way out. If you didn't have that neighbor's access road, the stop bar would be way out there and people could safely turn right on red, et cetera. But because of it, nobody will be able to get out of there if there's a backup of 5 or 6 cars or even 3 or 4 cars until they all clear. And so you recall the discussion. Yes.
All right, so we have a deeper setback from the right of way is deep. We talk a little bit more about height and area of the sign. From is from a need perspective, because the variance is, so we have, the location seems to be, there's a reasonable need for that, but the size and the height that would be
Again, the main issue is you're so far back from the road that the proportionality for the signs as a purpose is involved in that decision.
And Doug, the area of the sign is calculated by the background of it, is that?
You're asking that the length of the sign be 1 foot shorter? Did I get that right?
Sorry, Steve.
You're asking that the length,
Height and area.
oh, the height, okay, I'm not even reading my own notes. The height,
Higher.
you want it to be,
Great.
oh, you want it to be 5 foot instead of 4 feet? Okay.
Larger area.
And why do we need to make that change? What's the benefit for that, or what's the reason for that?
So it's like that from bigger road.
As I understand it, just to be clear, it's the sign is within the wall and the wall doesn't change. So it's not like the wall's getting higher or anything. It's in the sign inset in the wall. So it's a sign inset in a decorative wall, and it just means it's going to be, at least we want it a little bit bigger so you can read it. But it's not changing anything else with respect to the dimension of the wall or anything. It just means the letters will be a little bit bigger.
If I'm wrong, Doug, I think those dimensions are in our ordinance because we don't like huge, large, gawky. I mean, that's not what you're proposing here. I'm just saying, but I'm trying to reason through it myself to understand what you want to do, why you want to do it, and why is that beneficial to the community to do what you want to do.
Well, it's not so much beneficial, is there a reason for granting a variance?
Yes.
The main reason is because of the setback from Baker
Setback
Road.
from
Normally, like along Jackson Road, you've got a very short period of time between where you're driving and where the sign is. So now we've got 80 feet between where you're driving and where the sign is. You need a slightly larger sign so people can actually see it.
Read it.
It's not a big vertical sign like.
Yeah. It's what's 1 foot different.
1 foot tall.
1 foot.
A beautiful large sign.
Is Sally still on?
I believe so. Sally?
Yes, I'm here.
Was there an issue with this wall in terms of needing, it was high enough that it needed engineering drawings, or was it a different wall?
It's a return.
Any wall above 2 feet in height will need structural calculations. There were a number of them that needed to be submitted yet.
So that's all part of your write-up, and you're expecting to get that before it goes to the board?
Correct.
Okay.
I know we had a discussion about the all electric. And so it's good that we got some data on the 83% of the total KBTUs for the senior living being electric. As far as the duplex units, I mean, we've got, Northern New York doing heat pumps. So I guess I understand that, you have some concerns about doing it sounds like it's all electric except for the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning. And so the question is, you're proposing, well, when those units their useful life is over, they can convert. Is the electric panel sized appropriately to be able to convert those units?
I think the answer is yes. It's going to be sized for the air conditioning anyway. And so the electrical is going to be not unlike that in the winter, in the winter season.
I would like a commitment to that, so that it would be, so somebody wouldn't have to add to their panel to make that transition.
I heat with electric.
What's that?
I have geothermal. So
Well, there, yeah.
it works in this area.
Where he's talking about heat pumps.
He's talking about that's what Geo is, but I think they were looking, rather than a Geo system, looking at
That's
a cold climate air system.
here to here. Not mine. But that's not the only choice, if they wanted to go electric.
And there was a commitment that the water heaters would be heat pumps. So everything except for the HVAC at this point. And I want to make sure that some of those things are actually in the development agreement. So it's not just the community benefit, but the commitments that you're making for, what's electric and the panels, the other thing, a comment that I had was the LEED certification. I'm wondering if you wanted to look more at the Energy Star certification, because that's now linked to the IRA funding, where LEED certification isn't. So the IRA funding, you may have more benefit to do the Energy Star certification. And so
Appliances, I think we indicated that. For
yeah, but this is actually the certification as opposed to doing LEED, doing, the IRA has a program for where you can get more tax benefits for the Energy Star program. And hopefully that can maybe pay for doing ERVs and because I think one of the things with the cold climate heat pumps is you've got to have a very tight envelope and you need an ERV. So the system is different. So if you tighten up, have the insulation, then the cold climate heat pumps work. If you just build them and let them, they have a high air leakage, over, you want to get it under code air leakage, and then it works.
It
So
wasn't an easy decision for us to go the way we did, but we're just concerned about, complaints from whether it's the lessees or whether it's from someone buying a duplex and their system doesn't work. And I think the Department of Energy has the same opinion at this point.
and Minnesota and New York have have a lot of them. So, but anyway, we want to make sure that we're pushing that as much as possible. Okay.
I'm going to see that in the
Development agreement, yeah, so that we have a clear understanding and, of the commitments with the energy code and so forth. And you can do the LEED certification or I'll look up that.
It's an
Energy
alternative.
Star.
We're happy to do that. Sure. We'll look at it.
well, one is performance, right?
It's an actual program that you have to qualify for, and you get a certain tax credit for each of the homes. So, other questions while I'm looking this up?
So I don't have a question. I'd have a question for you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that the board of trustees wanted us to iron out things as much detail as we could before we sent particularly I would imagine these kind of large projects. And I'm just thinking of Mr. Johnson's request to get approval tonight, to be able to move the project forward. So I'm just concerned. I thought that's a matter of policy board that they wanted us to iron out, which sounds like a lot of these things we're talking about, in particular, the easement agreement, the the wastewater agreement. And of course, there's the development agreement, but that's probably going to be less controversial.
I'll respond to that. So I was told, so I did the wastewater agreement. I used your ordinance. It's unusual to have a local ordinance. I know why you did it, but so I followed the ordinance. There was no other agreement to do, but no one's looking at it until after, between the planning commission and the board. And I gave it to the township weeks ago. As to the development agreement, I was prepared to try to draft that too. And I get what you're saying. I would have a section there called sustainability features, that we would go through and identify them. I talked to your attorney who said, he would prefer to draft it, and he wasn't going to do it until after the planning commission, between the planning commission and the board. So he sees exactly what your conditions are, and then he'll put it in there. But so.
Well, that's certainly counter to what I just said.
Exactly.
I feel you.
On that issue, I'm not
Yeah.
saying anything about any of the other
I'm
issues
not-
you have.
I'm not-
Just
yeah.
about those two kinds of documents.
Well, this has been a discussion between us and the planning or the board, and so I brought it up because I know that Mr. Johnson wanted us to take some action on it. It sounds like there's some pretty, important things that need to be addressed, so I didn't know. Yes, I'm asking
I
you
think
for
what
some
they're,
direction.
I think what they want, they don't want the details of the agreement. They want, we should make sure we list what we're approving that we want in that agreement. Now they can.
Conditions of our approval.
Yeah, so that the development agreement shall include these sustainability features, and these are the listed. So it's really clear, Commissioner Hyde, you brought up the idea of, the plan still says future solar. Well, no, in the development agreement,
Needs to lay out what it is.
Right.
Otherwise, it's not there.
I would point out, the planning commission shouldn't feel pressure to come up with a list of conditions for the development. Most of that's already in sight. Right. This is we're not coming up with new stuff. I mean, there's some clarifications that you've come up with about the solar farm, about the sustainability issues, but for the most part, the plan you have in front of you will be, part of that will be converted to a development agreement to some text language to make sure things get addressed. I don't want you to think that you guys have to come up with this list of things to go into development.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
I just want to make sure we don't feel the pressure that you have to do that, because, and I'll say, it wasn't too long ago that Scio Township did not require development agreement. We would just have the site plan. The plan was the development agreement. Correct. And so that's kind of how we've done it in the past, and we've tried to incorporate this idea of a written development agreement to kind of supplement the plan.
Sure. And so I guess the other question I have is, are you comfortable that these items that you have in your memo and these items, I'll let Sally speak to her own memo. Are you comfortable with the commission approving the site plan tonight?
I would be comfortable with my items.
Okay.
There are a number of items, other items out there, particularly the engineers items. So that'd be a good question for Sally.
Okay.
The only, and I don't mean to, color your decision-making, but if the planning commission is not comfortable with this plan, and then you send it off to the township board, now it's up to me and OHM to become comfortable with the plan before we send it to OHM. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're okay with us checking off these items, that's great. We'll check it off and we'll do the best we can. But you guys have to be comfortable with this plan. moving on to the board.
And Ms. Boss, how about you?
I would agree with Doug. I mean, it really comes down to your comfortability with this plan. A lot of these items are highly technical in my letter. They're not going to change how the plan looks. Like the water, the sanitary, the storm comments, that's all calculation profiles. It's all underground. You're never going to see it. Like those can be checked off. It really comes down to if you're comfortable with the overall plan or not.
I mean, the major thing, to think about the big parts of the plan, density, layout, open space. None of those things, we're not proposing, none of our comments, I don't think any of OHM's comments are changing the scope, the layout, the density, where the buildings are located, where the onsite septic is going to be located. All of those things will stay the same. Now,
Agreed.
I will say if all of a sudden they come in with their more detailed engineering and that alters something in any kind of significant way, it'll end up back at the planning commission. That will not go on township board. Like if all of a sudden Joe says, whoa, we have to change this detention basin, it's going to move 3 buildings. We can't, that's not going on with the township.
You're still looking something up.
Yeah, and so there's the Energy Star certification, and then there's the, and that's a precursor also to the DOE Zero Energy Ready program. And so there's a tax credit, base tax credit for Energy Star certification. And then there's a larger credit available for the DOE Zero Energy Ready program. And so there's a benefit there as opposed to doing the LEED certification, and it is more
Benefit for the
performance.
developer.
But there's also a more of a performance piece to it.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Chris, you had some things on the community benefits. What qualified as a community benefit, and I want to make sure that we're clear on that.
And did I hear that they said there are people in the township that they're communicating with about the community benefits right now?
Yes.
The utilities one was, there've been.
Utility, fire, and engineering.
Yeah, so there's the pathway, the utilities, or the path, or an additional pathway contribution, fire.
Fire contribution. But, and that would be up to the board to set the amount?
Well, in the presentation, and we could put those numbers in.
Or have that document be part of the package? Was it in the package? I didn't see it.
It was in Mr. Johnson's presentation. Yeah. The numerical value to each benefit.
Yes. That was not in the letter that we sent. The discussions around that came following that. So we put in a separate communication on that.
And so it was about, I just want to make sure we have the numbers for the record. So the fire department was an estimate of about 148,000, is that correct?
Pathway was 115,000.
What was the pathway?
It was utilities or
Fire department.
pathway,
Fire department was 148.
okay, and then
115, 115.
115 for utilities or pathway or.
Reallocation to the pathway.
And that reallocation wouldn't necessarily be restricted to Baker Road pathways. It could be to any pathway, would be unrestricted.
Yeah, whatever the township desires, it's our understanding that they were working on a Baker Road corridor at some point.
Yeah,
And I thought I heard you say utility would be 1.7 million. What was that for?
Well, that was, we referenced under the utility category, the township requires connection fees or tap fees are referred to sometimes. That means that when you do a water service hookup, you pay the township a fee for doing that. That fee goes to both the township and because it's a shared thing with the city of Ann Arbor, it's gonna be shared.
Not a contribution.
It's not a contribution, but it's a required payment to the utility department. The only reason we brought it up is that it's a big number and it represents something the utility department can use with respect to future capital improvements.
Sally, do you know the percentage of that goes to Ann Arbor versus with the township?
I don't. That would be a question for Steve Wygoski.
Okay, because my understanding is the majority of it goes to the city of Ann Arbor.
Actually, I've been looking at the numbers. You can confirm with Steve, but I think it's roughly $1 million for the township. It's 700,000.
I wouldn't call it a community.
No, that's, so the community benefits are really, yeah, it's really the back
Mr.
pathways.
Johnson, I like you, your list, you're very creative with your public benefits definition.
The pathways, the utilities, and the fire department. And then,
EV charging.
But there's also the pathway within the development.
the pathway, yeah.
That's not part of the 115,000.
No, it's
That's separate. That's, yeah.
And you're going to be building that and
That's correct.
And
maintaining.
maintain.
Correct. We estimate that to be 500,000.
And then from a sustainability standpoint, and this doesn't have to be in the development agreement because it's represented in the site plan, is the open space, which is incredibly large for as a percentage. I think it, what is it, 59?
59%.
I think that's right, yeah. Yeah.
So, can you repeat what you just were saying about that?
I don't think it has to be listed in the development agreement because it's represented in the plan. And that's, it's not really, I mean, it is a community benefit, but it's also the PUD requirement is
It's only
30%.
30%.
30%.
They're
So
substantial.
they're almost double.
Yeah.
And so I consider that, definitely a benefit. So the other sustainability things that would be listed would be and I think we could say, for the duplex units or
Solar ready. Solar ready.
and I would say solar and all electric ready. Because and EV charging ready, right?
Correct.
So it's solar, EV charging, and all electric ready.
Can I ask what that means?
What that means is that, well, one has to do with the sizing of the electric meter,
Panel or the
the
meter?
panel,
The
I'm
panel?
sorry, the panel, and you have to have conduit paths to be able to run things.
So you don't need to pull the wires, or you just gotta run the conduit.
Conduit because it's easier to run the,
So that means in the future, they'll be able to put solar on the ground or solar on the roof, and they'll be able to run it to the panel, and then they'll be able to distribute it throughout the house?
yeah, they don't have to, as long as you can get it to the panel, that's where DTE puts the solar meter, the solar generation meter. You just need to have a pathway from the roof to the meter.
And the roofs will be able to support it and all that?
Right,
That's what it means to
That's
be
what it
solar
means.
ready.
Okay.
yeah, you have to design it so it has the capacity.
And with respect to EV ready, what exactly does that mean?
Within the duplexes or the villas, it's basically a three-prong plug and the whip comes with the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, what's
The
it?
wiring cable comes with the vehicle that you purchased, EV vehicle.
And then that plug will have, that'll be to the panel with the right voltage or amperage?
And which, are we talking about what level of charging?
Good question.
I think we're talking about level 2 at least.
Okay. So 220.
Yeah, so it's a,
So kind of bigger picture, and this is part of sustainability. And sustainability is one of the public benefits that they're proposing to do to convert it from the current zoning to a PUD.
we're not really necessarily calling it a community, I guess it's a question.
Recognizable benefit.
It's a recognizable benefit because of the resolution that we have to be carbon neutral by 2035. So it's really how this development is helping us get there.
So that's a different commitment other than part of the, we want to be a PUD, and this is not necessarily a community benefit under the PUD auspices.
I would say it is, yes. Because without the PUD, this would.
We wouldn't be able to ask for it. It wouldn't be an ask.
Oh, no, and I guess I'm getting to my bigger question is there some sort of standard under our ordinance or that we look to traditionally as to what warrants a change in zoning to a PUD, or when are we there? When have the scales tipped enough such that that's enough public benefit? Or you know what I mean? It's like, we're like, oh, that's good, you're there.
There aren't enough, it isn't a.
The
point
ordinance
system.
doesn't.
No, I'm not, but I'm just, what factors do we look at?
Well, they,
I know I'm the new guy, so sorry.
No, keep going.
I asked too many questions.
yeah, a lot of those factors were discussed in depth at the preliminary PUD stage. And those, and there are a number of factors. One is recognizable benefit that's kind of above and beyond what you would normally get in zoning ordinance, but there's other things also. They've done a number of those things. Increased open space, as we talked about, increased buffers beyond which we only require 50-foot buffer for a PUD. They've required well over 100 feet in most cases. So they're, part of what tips the scale to allowing a PUD is, what is the applicant doing above and beyond what we could get, normally for a project, under current zoning. And again, this was discussed in pretty significant detail at the preliminary stage. We're kind of honing in on some details for the final stage. But this project received preliminary PUD approval at the Planning Commission and preliminary PUD approval at the Township Board.
Okay.
So I would have to assume that both the Planning Commission and Township Board felt that, community benefit was met.
Nope, I got it. The community benefit ship has sailed. Is my takeaway on that.
Well, we're making sure we have it down.
You don't see it in the drawing.
We're just tightening up the details.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner
All right.
The final contributions have not yet been totally determined. I know that's under negotiation with township leadership right now. So that is finalized in the PUD agreement that will be approved by the board. So there is still some wiggle room there if you have things you want to add or subtract, or Doug, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that has not been finalized or agreed upon in writing anywhere yet. Dan has provided some things in his presentation, but I know there's still ongoing negotiations.
And whatever we put in there doesn't mean that that's what the board wants to see.
That's correct.
The board may
That's not
want
lost on me.
more, or
Yeah.
we're way off base.
Yeah, so I mean, I have the questions, but wait, my turn.
No.
You might have to
You
catch up.
might have to,
Yeah,
you
so,
might have to
Go
roll.
for it.
and with respect to the future solar, have we talked about how future that is? Is that next week,
It's not
next year?
future.
Well, they say it's not future, but we don't have a plan, and in the plans, it says future, and that means to me, it doesn't exist. If we approve the plans, it doesn't exist.
Could I?
Please. Yeah.
So when we resubmit drawings, a few things, we'll note it's not future, and we'll lay out the panel so you can see specifically what's there.
Oh,
So there's a solar farm gonna be on the site.
that's what
Were
he's,
you aware of that?
that's what he's saying.
In the future?
Yeah,
Well, that's what we're talking about.
It's, what we're saying is.
Because I don't want it right now. I want it to be in the future.
What?
No.
I was just kidding. I mean,
No, I don't know.
so when is When
When we build the
button
project.
down, then down a little.
One phase. One-
Yeah, it's one phase. We're gonna do it with the project. So what we're saying is if you want to make that a condition to make sure that when we bring back the tweaks on the plans, that we show it as being not future. We agree to that.
So is the push and pull on that expense or technology, or is it, why would you do it? Why would you do it now versus in the future?
Just to clarify, in earlier discussions, there are some DTE franchise issues that were potentially evolving through the legislature, and that would have influenced how we approach things. So that's essentially why we labeled it future when we did. But we're willing to commit to it at this point in time, and we think we understand the challenges with DTE, and we'll get through those as part of our.
So would that be would locking that detail up be part of the development agreement? Okay. And then another question I had was the access point on Marshall Road, that's like a fire and ambulance only?
Yes, correct.
And how is that enforced?
Gate.
Actually, it's locked with a Knox box that only the
Okay.
fire department has access to that key. So
As a part of that question, I'd like to ask, is there only one gate and it's out by Marshall Road? So that somebody leaving the development might go down, so there's one at the turnaround
yes.
by
Yeah,
the
there's two
utilities
gates, yeah.
building? Okay, so there's two gates. Good.
And then apologies if this was discussed months ago, but the future planned community pathway route. Is that an internal pathway or is that a pathway?
It's internal. It parallels the main entrance drive east-west, and then it turns north and goes up to Marshall Road along our east boundary line.
And what are the plans to put the pathway in?
When the project is built, it'll go in at the same time.
Okay, so that's, okay.
And it includes its maintenance.
Does that pathway have access to Marshall Road?
Yeah.
To the,
Yes.
it
Goes around
doesn't,
the
it's
gate.
not worried about
It
the,
goes around the gate.
Yeah, it goes around. Now I can't connect it to Marshall Road technically. So I can't put it to the roadway because there's no receiving channel on the other side. That's a code issue with the road commission.
Just go around the gate.
We go around the gate, stop the right away, as far as we can take it.
is the same issue on Baker?
Yeah,
Okay,
same
just
issue
walk
on
out
Baker,
the
yep,
road.
that's why it stops at the right of way. There's no connecting sidewalk.
I was trying to bike for the truck stop.
Yeah, the future connection to be determined, right?
Yeah.
That's what that pathway contribution's for. Another question?
I got several more, but I don't want to.
No, go.
No, go for it.
So, one of the recommendations that we have is that, looking at on page 12, Washtenaw County Road Commission MDOT review of Baker Access Drive location. Is that done? Is that been completed? And you have the blessing of the road commission and MDOT?
It's done. The road commission's issued their permit. The MDOT permit is subject to finalizing the signals. Our engineer has basically submitted. They're waiting for comments from MDOT, which they received last week, and they're going to be finalizing their submission based on that data this week.
And then review of essential facilities and services by environmental health, township engineer, utility director in the state of Michigan. So has environmental health weighed in, and who is it at the state of Michigan separate from MDOT that needs to review the essential facilities?
Eagle is the permitting agency for the wastewater. And they've issued their groundwater discharge permit. Quite honestly, we're not sure what Washington County Environmental Health.
I'm sorry, sir?
We're not quite sure what Washington County Environmental Health Division refers to in terms of this project. Because Eagle has a jurisdiction over the wastewater thing. Township engineer and utility director are fully familiar with that.
I
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's, the Water Resources hasn't totally signed off yet either, have they?
They have,
They
yeah,
do.
minor comments, just like, they kind of overlap with OHM's comments.
There was a final PUD letter that I believe you wrote. It was submitted by Insight. Dan Johnson, okay. So one of the items listed was work to convene an agreement between the neighbors and the petitioners. You seem to indicate that it is, you're expecting the planning commission to set up this meeting. This is item 7. Correct. That was our
Commissioner
understanding.
Fuller, we did offer, and
I do remember that.
it was then sent to, there were attorneys that were
And now-
preferred means of communication.
So rather than having a meeting, we've had attorneys talking to attorneys. Okay, so that item, we've gone beyond that. Although I didn't hear a resolution. Was this what Mr. Fink weighed in on, indicating that it is not up to us to review this issue? I have a hard time with that, but that was what we were told.
I think I need to speak in this. This is killing me.
Planning Commissioner, this is, it's one of the residents affected by the easement agreement.
Okay, okay.
So commission agree to open public comment for Mr. Kett.
Oh, that's what you were going. I don't mind.
All right, Mr. Kett, or opening public comment for you. If you come up and sign in, please.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'll time you.
It's hard for me to kind of take most of this. You mentioned that one of the people affected by this boulevard agreement has already signed it. He owns the property behind. He owns the 105 acres. So why wouldn't he sign the agreement that affects his property to the north?
Is he on the access drive, the service drive
Yes, he owns the property to the north.
to the north?
Okay, so that was, yeah, he signed that. I'm sure he agreed to that. You need to take a look at that agreement to see what I'm referring to. It's as one-sided as if I wrote it myself, it'd be as one-sided as I could take it.
Not entirely.
Wait, stop. Excuse me, you're out of order. We're not debating. Mr. Kett has the floor.
I'm
Welcome
telling
to
you,
speak.
Mr. Burkle owns half of it.
Mr. Burkle, you own the other half? You own it?
Excuse me, we're not having.
Well, I know, I've been told that.
You're addressing the planning commission, please. Thank you.
You talked about MDOT's agreement with this. MDOT has to have a boulevard agreement in position before they issue their permit, or their permit for the light. And for them to sign on for this, which we do not have. I addressed you on an email, Mrs. Moore, with the agreement to come in and speak on the forum. I've dealt with the attorney, I've dealt with the developer, and they're not budging a one bit. And I barely understand the 7-page document. That's why we retained Mr. Lucas to try to help us with this. As it still stands, he said the same thing, that it's getting jammed down your throat one way or another, and I don't think that's fair. So I just wanted to sort of express the half-truths, untruths. It's some of the stuff that's, you mentioned that that this has been approved. This has not been approved. When Mr. Lewan got up and spoke at the beginning of the meeting and stated that it was going to be passed on to the board of trustees, no matter which way it went, then at the end of the meeting, it was voted on and everybody agreed to do it. But before that, Mr. Lewan said it was going to be brought to the board of trustees, no matter which way you guys voted on it. correct? So it's kind of hard to say. that it's-
Just a clarification, our vote is a recommendation to the Board of Trustees.
Well, I understand this very clearly, and I saw how that went too, because it went in front of you and then to the Board of Trustees, and they didn't even hardly look at it. I was at that meeting till 1 o'clock in the morning, and it really didn't address anything at all, but I just had to point that out, that we've gone beyond the call of duty to find out through MDOT if, what's gonna happen with this? Are they gonna be able to jam this down our throat? Do they have to have our agreement? Do they have to have our agreement with this? And they do. And as I understand, it's already been in front of the Attorney General's office as far as if we could change the plan, make it so they don't have to have our agreement. And they would, again, if that would have went through, we wouldn't even be able to sign something. We wouldn't even have a vote in it. But as
And Mr. Kemp, what do you feel isn't fair about the easement agreement?
basically having to use it as it stands now. Different, the developers mentioned that that's the only way that we could come in our driveway is there. The truck stops that have looked at our property have explained what they have to go down the boulevard, turn around, come back in. They wouldn't be interested in our property because it's not a direct route off of Baker Road like the other 3 truck stops. Any trucker would want to go the easiest route into the facility to get their gas. That's human nature, I would say. As it was pointed out, the boulevard is directly on my property. I mean, it's the road is right on the edge of my property line, my front yard.
Is on your property or on the edge?
On the edge.
You're in the
Okay.
south?
South. I'm on the property at the south. I have 2,000 feet of shared frontage with this development. All the back sides of my property will butt right up to the convalescent home. That's what they'll be looking at, the backside of my property, and that's what I'll be looking at their parking lot and their facility. Just a little put out, didn't have much vote. It's kind of hard for me to stand back there and listen to some of the things that were said. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kevin.
Entertain a motion to close public comment.
Move to close public comment again.
Moved by Commissioner Moore, support. Commissioner Chang, any further discussion?
Yes, was there any other comment wanted to come from the public? I heard some contention. Would we allow the gentleman back there to speak?
Do you want to speak or not?
Sure. I own half of the property that Eugene was talking about.
Yeah, please identify yourself.
Sure, I'm Jerry Smith. And my family's been here since the 1880s on that farm. And I own 1/5 of the farm. I don't own. We're brothers and sisters, so it's not entirely mine. So anyway. Just wanted to make that, and I really think we're improving their property with giving them a boulevard. So you see developments like that as you travel around all the country where you gotta drive back in and there's hotels and different things, so that's my comment.
Thank you. All right, thank you for flagging that. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Moore, support by Commissioner Chang to close public comment. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll close public comment again at 8:59.
I heard so that MDOT, before they can issue a final permit, needs to see this access agreement, I'm not quite sure what it's called, in place before they will finalize the permit. Is that a true statement?
So when you say access agreement, you mean, is that the easement agreement we're talking
Easement
about?
agreement, easement. So I heard that.
Do you know, Mr. I'm sorry, I forgot your last name.
Green.
Green.
MDOT has seen the agreement we presented to them before I presented it to these folks. And they signed off on it in the sense that they said the agreement is fine from their perspective. What I told them is that there's nothing I can do to force these guys to sign an agreement. You know, I mean, this is your, this is what you want us to do. You want us to put the light in there. You want to put the boulevard in there. Everybody knows it's going to be a great benefit to their property. But I can give you the easement. I can give them, anybody, the whole public, township people, the easement, but I can't compel them to sign it. That's the position that
Those
we're
are all
in.
true statements, but
What's that?
those are all true statements that you're making. You can do this, you can't do that. But do you need to have a signed agreement before MDOT? Does MDOT require a signed agreement before they will issue the permit?
That's a subject we're discussing. I shouldn't say with MDOT.
You can't say yes or no.
Can't say yes or no, but I can't. My position to MDOT, our position to MDOT is if you're going to insist on a signed agreement, then you're going to have to revise the access. I
You
mean,
brought that up then?
yes, I said you could shorten the boulevard. I mean, we don't have to we're doing the boulevard the way MDOT wants it. And I said, I don't want to use bad terms, but I said, you can't compel us to do this, to force us to buy someone's property at like $250,000 an acre to provide an easement to somebody to come over our property. We're willing to do it. We're willing to pay the money. We're willing to make the improvement. We're willing to give them the second access, which is farther up, which is what they will need to develop their property. They cannot develop their property. I mean, I think you guys know this. They don't have direct access from their land onto the road. So they have to go down that little drive. They will never get that, just as we have to do what we're doing to get access to our property, which will benefit them. They would have to do the same to get access to their property if they wanted to develop it for anything more than a single family residential use. It is a win-win for everybody. But beyond that, again, I honestly had this conversation with Fred Lucas. I said, we can't give you the sewer service because we just can't. There's nothing to give you. I said, think about it, Fred, over Thanksgiving. And I'll make this representation to you folks too, just because if this thing moves forward and we start putting together all these agreements, we're still going to work with these folks. I said to Fred, think of some other ideas. I mean, we could tie in you mentioned water. I said we could tie in the water, so it could be looped there for future development. There's all sorts of things we can do. We can, instead of just giving them the easement for access further up the road, we can actually make the cut in and put a barricade at the property. So it's already there so someone could connect in the future. There's things we can do as good neighbors beyond what we've already done, but I can't give them sewer service and we're not going to buy their property. That's about all I can say right now on that.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing a lot of true statements, but I also think I hear that there was discussion between MDOT and the developer about needing a signed agreement because MDOT brought it up, according to what you just said. You had discussions with MDOT about that.
What I did is I sent my agreement to MDOT because that's what I was asked to do, draft an easement agreement, sent it to MDOT. And MDOT said, go see if you can get everybody to sign it. So once they agreed to the form of the easement, and it's a fairly basic form, I have heard no objections to the form by either of the attorneys for the neighbors. Then I sent it to the neighbors and I said to each one, here's an easement. Please look at it, talk to your attorneys, get back to me and let me know if you'd sign it. One never got back to me. I won't say which one. One got back to me and said, I want to sell the property. And then one signed it. And that's where I'm at. And I reported that to MDOT.
I would just say this particular item is like a classic condition of approval. Because this is something that, if it's true that MDOT isn't going to grant use of this or access or whatever the terms are, the project doesn't go anywhere. I mean, this is a classic condition of approval of planning. This isn't really something that a typical plan would hold the project this is something that it just has to be done.
It would just be something I would note to
Yes.
the board of trustees,
Yes.
so that they would know whether or not it's required. I mean, I'm hearing it's required from the public. I'm also hearing there was a discussion between MDOT and the developer about getting it signed. So it sort of sounds like it's a requirement. I'd like the board to know that they need to see it.
That there's an issue here.
Yep, that's it. Otherwise, I'm quiet.
I have
Good point.
also a question, the applicant. One of the things Mr. Kett talked about was the view angles into the development. And I'm wondering if you had any discussions with him about screening or anything like that.
I've had no discussion about screening with them.
That was never raised by either of his attorneys with me as being an issue.
So it sounds like there are some other ideas that are here possibly to discuss. Other.
Say something, please.
commissioners?
What phase are we in this discussion?
We're in our deliberation phase.
Any page you want to direct.
So is there a proposed motion or a proposed resolution?
Oh, you didn't get them.
There are options.
Was this part of the packet or is this?
No, this comes
They
to us.
Bring it on you last minute.
So this or this.
You're right. It wasn't part of the packet like this.
I'm so glad you joined the commission.
The DOT packets include.
Interesting.
So at some point, we're gonna say yes or we're gonna say no. And if we say no, we better have a good reason to do it. And if we say yes, it better damn well be ready to be said yes on. Are we there yet? Is that the question? Are we there yet?
Are we there yet?
If it's going to be a yes,
That's what.
are we there yet?
Yes, that's what we're deciding. What things do we still have questions about that we feel either need to be answered tonight or before it goes to the board of trustees if we think that it's.
And do we have the engineer still on
Yes,
Zoom?
we
Is
do
it
have
Ms.
Sally.
Boss or
Yep.
Boss? I don't want to miss
Boss.
Boss? Okay. And because she had pages 2 through 6 with single space, 1 through 25, letters A through F. I mean,
Yeah.
she had a pretty detailed.
You missed her explanation. She can
No,
give it to you.
I heard a lot of it. And like, does she have any? Does she think we're there yet, or do you, what encumbrances or impediments do you currently see, ma'am? Or is nothing that can't be worked out in the details?
At this point, I believe it's mostly detailed. There's calculations we need for the wastewater treatment plant. There's calculations we need for the storm sewer. In terms of the plans, none of my comments are going to change how it looks at this point. Lots of it is underground pipes, calculations to be checked, verified, make sure things are going to be built correctly. But in terms of buildings, roads, detention basin sizes, where the treatment plant is going, none of my comments change that. So in terms of overall, I mean, a lot of mine are minorly technical that can be worked out before the end. It really comes down to if the planning commission is comfortable with this plan.
And the bullet points on pages 5 and 6 of your letter are routine. You see these all the time, not insurmountable, no hindrances.
Yes, this is provided in every letter we write. You will see all the steps. It needs to be worked out in various phases of the project, usually all before final board approval. It's mostly provided for the applicant's benefit and keeping track of all the things we expect to see.
And to the extent that there are easements that need to be obtained from neighbors who object, what kind of impediment would that be?
That really comes down to MDOT. I have not been involved in any of those conversations at this point.
Thank you, ma'am.
So really, so, I mean, we're at the stage where we're talking amongst ourselves about the project.
I get that, yeah,
Yeah, so, it really boils down to whether, I think Doug said this earlier, we're comfortable moving forward with all these things. Who said,
Yeah, I think in my mind, the technical ones, I mean, whether we see those again or not, isn't as important because that's what we have our consultants for. So the biggies are, I mean, really the biggies are sort of the conditions to make sure what's in the development agreement that, you know, that we're satisfied that the community benefit is there, which hasn't changed too much from the preliminary approval. I would like to see that in the, you know, the sustainability piece in the development agreement. Also, I think in the wastewater operational agreement, I want copies of those reports and that the township should also share those with the Huron River Watershed Council. I mean, that's important to me because you have a couple of eyes then looking at those reports.
and what are those reports from?
Those are from the wastewater treatment facility.
The operational testing that they have
Yeah,
every month, is it? Or-
it depends. They
Oh,
test
okay.
it for different things at different points of time and, yeah.
And who in the township?
Well, it should go to our engineers and then the engineers would, I mean, I don't think we have anybody that evaluates that, but the Huron River Watershed
I
Council
would say
has to.
DPW and then to the engineer.
Yeah.
Just so it's a township person.
Right, it has to go, yeah, through the township.
That's a DPW.
Okay.
Person.
And then, I know this was asked by someone in public comment, but with regard to the wastewater treatment, any defaults or mess ups with the facility are the responsibility of those that own the project. Is that?
correct.
And is that something that would be detailed in some agreement somewhere?
It's two places, if I can answer that. It'll be reflected in the agreement, the way the agreement we're talking about. It's also reflected in the law. So what Eagle does is the very first thing they do, they send this document and they ask the township to check a box if they want that you'll accept responsibility or not. And you probably checked the box that said no. And so what Eagle does is Eagle requires, like your ordinance does, that's where they overlap a bit. They require a fairly extensive laundry list of escrows and other payments to cover the future repairs and replacement of the facility. And then we wrap that into our on-site development agreements for, you know, to making sure that the money's there and everything. So.
Are you going to be hiring a private company to operate the wastewater treatment?
They have to be a licensed operator.
They will be the ones that are doing the testing, and what you're asking us to do is whatever testing we provide to Eagle, we would also provide it to the township at the same time, and we put that in the agreement. Got it.
Waiting for Eagle to post things.
Right. I got it. Understood.
I'm just trying to go through. I mean, obviously the MDOT thing is, you know, important.
You mean
and-
where the light is situated?
Well, just that,
They need to have,
well, whatever, their final approval for everything, which would include, you know, if they require the signature on the easement or not. And then I think a condition in my mind is still continued good faith effort, because there were some ideas that came out and concerns with the screening, the water loop, perhaps some access, to continue working with the neighbors. Oh, that there'd be a continued good faith effort while we're working on all these other agreements, because it'll be a bit before it goes to the trustees, that they continue to look at some of those other options that were put on the table and address the concerns of Mr. Kett's view angles. Other items of concern or?
Yeah. File these under damn good reasons for no. I think that somebody told me right before I joined the planning commission that this body basically approves everything that comes through. And I was pretty dismissive of that at the time, but I get that perhaps we're scared of being sued or something, because if you say no, then it's like I don't know, it like opens us up for some sort of liability. It just seems like it's much easier to say yes to all these little developments that come through, or big developments, I should say. This is outside of the master land use plan. This is not? You don't think it is? So I'm looking at the master land use plan, and where I see this is open space agriculture and agricultural and rural. Is that
Well,
not-
that's how they're getting around that by you doing the PUD.
Well, yeah, but that,
You want to address that? Because you went around with the preliminary site plan approval.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
We have several sub areas within the master plan, and this is contained within a gateway sub area. And the gateway sub area specifically discusses uses like this. So this is we discussed the master plan, specifically talked about this part of the township, Baker Road in particular. So it's our, as township planner, we would have to say this does meet the master plan.
So this is considered a higher density residential use?
Yes.
Well, that is not the damn good reason to say no. Moving on, there's no public transportation here. And I know that I brought this up the last time we talked about Heritage Woods, but I think the answer was that there will maybe be public transportation in the future. I don't see it happening here. I think everybody's gonna be driving a car in this location. That would include the residents, the 231 units with their 496 parking spaces and 12 bicycle spaces. They're gonna be driving cars a lot. Nobody's gonna wait for an hour bus to go to Meyer from this location.
Yeah, I think one of the things you might have missed in the preliminary site plan approval is the senior living facility. They have their transit vehicles. And I think that was also, Trilogy also brought that up, that they have, they do that, just like Silver Maples does, UMRC, they have their own kind of little transit to take people to shopping, to doctor's appointments and that type of thing.
Got it.
So there is
So
some,
that's just for the facility or for all the housing?
Not for all the remote housing,
Senior.
but for the.
It's just for the senior facility.
And did we say that this was on the
and it's also served by Wave.
wave services this area?
And one of the things that we don't know, and there will be a public transit village, coming up for Scio. It is also understanding what the plans are for this area, between Wave and AATA.
Would there be
So
public hearings for that?
for the millage,
Yes.
Well, there isn't a public,
For implementing the services that the
yeah.
village would fund. Just wondered what.
I know they've had the public hearings and we've given them feedback on the AATA plans. And there was some feedback that we gave on Wave. But I haven't followed up with.
I wondered if we could update that if
there was a senior center put in.
I mean, obviously, it's based on demand, the public access and Scio's ability to make contributions to those public transit facilities.
So I'm the president of the board for directors for Wave.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's good.
And I think right now, in terms of the current configuration with our village, is that Wave provides door-to-door service. And then I think the other piece of it is that the AATA provides a fixed route from Meyer all the way downtown,
although we reached out.
Ann Arbor,
Ann Arbor.
downtown Ann Arbor. So from that's what we're getting right now.
You think the demographics that would live at this location would use Wave?
Well, yeah, I mean, this facility is not far from where I live. I could use Way. But it's all, on a demand response basis. In other words, what I don't know, and I could find that out, is how many trips a day do we get for the money we're already paying? And that I don't know. I can't tell the board that.
Yeah, we should probably find that out because we're gonna have to do some work for the village too.
Would that be a public benefit if some development were to support Wave coming to that
Interesting.
I would feel a little bit better about this if there was already a plan for a bus stop there.
Well, there isn't anything there right now to have a bus stop.
Right.
for.
I have informed the director about, this Heritage Week project.
Well, we could also recommend that 115K, go to pathways or other transit options.
Yep. Public transit options.
And that would be, whenever you say other public transit options, that would be what, a bus stop in the actual property?
No, well,
Or they'd have to walk all the way up to the truck stops?
They will come to
Wave
your,
would come in.
the current service is door to door.
Okay.
So they come to your door, take you to
So
where
I'm
you're
sorry, I'm
going.
still confused. They'd have to pay for Wave to serve
Well, that.
There is, it's like $2.50
per,
one way
oh, yeah.
for
And
seniors and disabled persons. But if a regular person would pay $5.
Okay. Sorry, I'm missing how would this development contribute to that though?
Well, it would be, what we're going back to is the community benefit to increase that. It could be to pathways, but we don't have a specific plan along the bigger corridor right now for pathways. So the other option would be to somehow use that as an investment in public transit. I do want to ask the petitioner if in the development agreement that Trilogy would provide transit services for their
They do have
residents.
a bus van for their services.
That should be in the development agreement. So that would take care of, the independent living, and so that would just be, it would be primarily the independent living outside of that. Unless Trilogy would allow others to use their transit service, I don't.
It's possible. We did have a preliminary conversation with Wave, previous months about, once the project was established, perhaps developing a stop there for the Wave system. Again, that's very preliminary.
So there are some fixed route Wave products. But what I was talking about was the door-to-door service, which wouldn't require a stop. But that's a money thing, so. But I have a meeting on Wednesday. Try to flush that out.
Okay, keep going.
Oh, sure. So I would say the meandering street stereotypical of suburban development is bad development. And that we need to move away from this 1950 style suburban development and find something less car centric. It just feels very segregated. And when I say that, I mean that it's just a whole bunch of houses. There's like nowhere to go. except for the truck stops. And it just seems like we should, as a commission, we should be saying no to those types of developments. And start seeing more diverse zoning, more diverse outcomes, I would say.
More diverse developments.
Yes, thank you.
So if they're not next to, I'm not arguing with you, but if they're not next to each other, what are they, stacked? I mean,
What do you mean, like having,
high rise? I mean, if houses aren't next, how would you arrange it if it's not like this?
I think I'm more concerned with how far you have to go before you find something other than residence. So how far you have to go before you can get to a.
I mean, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Store.
You'd rather have it behind Meyer,
Sure, yeah,
something like that.
yeah, yeah.
So I would just throw something else out there. I think, part of the PUD benefit, if you will, is the clustering and leaving more open space. So I'm just throwing that out there as another aspect, feature, factor. Okay. I understand what you're saying.
And I think one of these things is, and just so, for both of your benefits, we did have a joint, when we did the gateway piece, we did have a joint meeting, a couple of joint meetings with Dexter and their planning commission and so forth. And part of it is they wanted, they supported the higher level of development to help, support their business areas as well as the Jackson Road corridor area. But the other piece is, I think there's a lot of development potential with the adjacent properties, which are zoned commercial to be, and once it's sort of the same, do you have the commercial first, do you have the housing first? But there are commercially zoned properties right along Baker Road that could, once this development comes in, there are opportunities then they will support that commercial development. So I think, and with the pathway there and the linkages and so forth, I think there's opportunities for that, not just to be highway commercial, but actually, be a sort of active commercial zone for the senior living too. Because there will be services that kind of density can support there. And once you add the highway traffic and Dexter traffic, you have more of a little mini center there that would be more mixed use than currently exists.
I hope you're right, but I also would see that somebody's gonna put another drive-through there and we're gonna say, oh, well, it's by the highway, so guess you're gonna go ahead and get another McDonald's there or something.
So I don't want to cut you off.
So go ahead.
So one of the things that I have is I'm looking at our ordinance and, the 36-245 general provision, recognizable and material benefit to the ultimate users of the project and to the community. And the big thing for me is like, this is going to be, and I'm there myself, senior living. Is that right? You're targeting seniors for seniors to live, and they're going to live in 149 units that are in 4 and 5 unit buildings. They're going to live in 82 duplexes. And then there's going to be a 2 or 3 story facility that has 3? 2, okay. Okay, so that was a source of controversy as well?
Well, they reduced it.
Okay, so that's gonna have 42 single rooms for nursing home and then a home for the aged, assisted living, 15 single rooms, 23 beds, and then 18 beds. So I don't know, hundreds or thousands are going to live here. Hundreds of thousands of seniors are going to live there. And so does Scio need a place like this? Because there's not one that's close by, or the ones that are close by or full, or is there a need in this community for this type of place? That's kind of what it's coming down to for me. you know,
I would
I mean,
say,
it's not coming down to that, but that's a big factor. Is, would our community benefit? You know, with me with my gray hair, is this something that I might need to need down the road, or more people like me need that down the road as we age?
and the other thing it has is skilled nursing. I mean,
Right, so,
which is huge.
and where are they now? Chelsea or Ann Arbor, near between Briarwood and
Jackson.
so.
Nothing like this in the township, and the demographic studies that we recently did with the master plan would indicate that the townships is aging. So the township is an aging population, just like most.
Yeah, but
communities.
it's not like we're putting a car dealership next to another car dealership, across the street from a car dealership, a kitty corner to a car dealership. We're putting something that,
Would be nice for them to
We
see
might
the
even
farms around them, wouldn't it? I mean. that's-
well, no, but I, you know, so to me, that's something in its favor, is that it's unique and provides a benefit, certainly to the users of the project and user to the community, because we all gotta go somewhere. I don't know.
So I would just want to remind us all that, go ahead.
I think I have one of your representatives raising their hand from Trilogy Health. So. Is that?
Yeah, is it okay?
Okay, so the representative from Trilogy Health, you had your hand raised. You have the floor.
Yes, good evening and thank you for having me again. This is Keith Ryder, and I presented to you at the previous meeting. And, you know, one of the things that when I raised my hand and didn't lower my hand yet is, yes, we do provide transportation services. We have a bus and we have a car that we make available to our residents at, during the day or as needed. So that was one of the things that I wanted to cover tonight. Was yes, we do provide services for our residents and families. And I know you've moved on in the conversation, and I apologize for coming up late, but I did have my hand raised for a while. Just trying to jump in on that to clarify that we do provide transportation.
Thank you. So I was just going to say that tonight's decision is just approval of a site plan. The project itself was already approved at prior meetings. A little clarity there.
We're into the details.
Okay, so we have, I think, here, Commissioner Chang, where are you? Did you go through your?
I don't think I need to touch on the last one.
Commissioner Chang?
My take might be just the opposite of Commissioner Humans is I generally support this. I think we're getting quite a bit as far as public benefits. I mean, I just kind of was jotting them down. I don't have all of them, but with the contributions to fire, utility pathway, which may go to possibly, public transportation, sustainability elements, 59% open space with greater buffers, EV parking. I mean, this is just the list, and really to find out that the solar, I think, is going to start getting firmed up. I'm starting to weigh where we're getting the public benefits. It does meet the master plan, as Mr. Lalonde had said. So I'm, and I think, there's still this disagreement out there, I think, between the neighbors and the developer. But as, again, Mr. Lalonde said, well, they're just not going to build it. If this is something that comes up from the MDOT, well, then I'm not holding it up. That's going to be held up by MDOT, and they're just going to have to figure that part out. And I think, if I recall, that's what Mr. Fink had said, that we really probably shouldn't even take that into consideration as part of our support or opposition to this. Is it shouldn't really factor into your mind of whether you support this project or not. But that's what I got from Mr. Fink when he gave his speech. So
I would agree with that assessment.
yeah. So from my perspective, yeah, I'm going to support it. But then again, everybody has their own opinions, and it's really going to be up to the township, the board. So that's where I'm standing on this one.
You're going to support the site plan.
Yes.
And I think one of the things about, senior living is giving people Scio, this development has access to Marshall Road, which really has, the sort of rural character that a lot of people want to maintain, and if they, they can even, enjoy the dairy farm and all of its good points and bad points, but I think having it this sort of close to rural option for seniors is also helpful. And it expands the choices that seniors have. Because not all seniors would want to be in, close to Jackson Road and so forth. So I think it, if you look at, do I want to increase density and push everything we can on, in Jackson Road and that corridor? Yes. I think this is also, it is that major intersection and connection to Dexter, which, Dexter was excited about being able to have that option too, with a little extra, more density to support some of their businesses, so forth. So I'm also to the point where I'm comfortable with supporting it at this point.
I'm there too. But there are conditions that we want to list, but yes. And Mr. Human, if you have things, we want to hear them. It's not that,
Sure.
just because we have answers, it's good to hear.
No, understood. But I guess my last point was just that EV chargers and green initiatives can be retrofitted. Walkable neighborhoods with natural third place gathering spots cannot be retroactively achieved. This type of development is just, it's the status quo, I would say, the way that it's laid out.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it reminds me of Florida.
I think
There's
we
all
need
these
to-
community housing, community place, so you drive from one. I mean, there's no interconnectedness. Everybody's separate in their little, not that this project is, but it reminds me of Florida.
At this point, obviously, I'm gonna guess that the assisted living health center is not separable from the rest of the residences, right? It's all or nothing. Because I can see that, yes, we need the assisted living health center. But do we, I just don't see how the additional housing is addressing that need.
It's a community, the way they're selling, the way that they're presented. Community that has choices for where to live. If you're not ready at the moment to go all the way to assisted living, or even excuse me.
Yeah, I think,
I think it goes back to the
correct me if
choices.
I'm wrong, I think the other units, like the duplexes and that, are like starting at age 55 and older.
Yeah, we probably had this whole debate, 2 years ago or a year ago. And I get what you're saying, but, I look at this, I'm an old fart, you're a young guy. I mean, I'm one of these people that live in a house where my kids are gone and there's no place for me to go. I mean, I can't find it. These places are so popular because they're continuum of care. So there's two kinds of places for seniors. Some people like to live when they can walk to a Starbucks. And others like to live where they have paths and they can do, take walks every day. And so you have those people that can own, and you have those people that can rent, that don't want to own. And then you have the assisted living, so continuum of care. So you can move in and rent a place, in your, like my age, maybe a few years later, if you need to, you could move into assisted living. So it's a concept that is very popular and fills up because we don't have any places to go. I'm more cognizant these days than I ever was, because of my age. So.
My only thing about it all is that it's not limited to the citizens of Scio Township. Because, I think there's a big need for this age group in this type of facility. And so there'll be all kind of people that want to move in. And then I'm really concerned in the long run, will the citizens of Scio Township be able to take advantage of that? And I realize that, you can't control for that.
Yeah, I can't imagine, usually because particularly if you're moving and you want to stay in your community, one of the biggest things about putting a facility like this in your community is it allows those people that want to stay in the community, whether they've got a farm or more acreage or other property that they don't want to take care of, they can move into the community. But I think, we can't restrict it in that way. But they're certainly the first people that would probably be interested and be more interested into that. It's available.
So the question I have is that, our model motion incorporates by reference Carlisle Wortman's concerns from 10-7 and OHM's from 11-16-22. But based on discussions at this table and based on public hearing and public comment, are there other concerns or conditions that we should incorporate into this now, given my reading of the room, that this is likely to go forward and pass tonight to go to the board? But what should we add now that we wish we would have?
I think we need to, I think under the community benefits, we want to include the option of contributing to public transit, just as an option. Utility / public transit / pathways. So that's an expansion of what has been stated for public benefit.
And there's a dollar amount that we've set aside. So yes, there's various things. There's that.
So are you trying to write those down or?
No, I'm just trying to pin people down
Yeah.
and make sure that we say, oh, I wish we would have thought about that, or, oh, we talked about that, but we didn't include it out here.
And then and that's what I was trying to do, that all the wastewater treatment facility reports go to the township at the same time they go to Eagle. And that should be in the development, the operation. We'll just say that needs to be in the agreement, the operation agreement for the wastewater treatment facility. And then the listed sustainability benefits should also be in the development agreement per the developer's presentation this evening, which would be amended to include, rather than LEED certification or Energy Star certification or DOE Zero Energy Ready.
So at some point, do we read this off and read those into the?
We do a motion.
Right, no, I get it, and have those been captured in writing such they can be part of?
I think it's going to be a group effort.
Yes. Yeah, we kind of. Okay.
I did not vote for this project, so I don't feel like I should be doing motions on
You
it.
did
So,
vote.
You voted on it.
yeah, I voted against it, but
So, but I think we're to a point where we can entertain a motion, right?
there you go.
Right.
Chris, you want to take that on?
Well, I think, Commissioner Reiser has a few things started, so then we can add to that. So do you want, if you are first meeting, you want
I can feel the kick under the table.
I tried to help you out.
So I move that based upon the information received from the applicant and reflected in the minutes of this meeting, the planning commission finds that the Heritage Woods final PUD meets the criteria contained in Scio section 36-249I, the planning commission review and recommendation, final PUD planning and rezoning, and therefore recommends to the township board to approve the Heritage Woods final PUD. In making this determination, the planning commission has reviewed each of the applicable sections of the ordinance, including section 36-245, the general provisions, section 36-246, the design considerations, section 36-247, project densities, section 36-248, design standards, section 36-250, the resolution of ambiguities and chapter deviations, section 36-252, phasing and commencement of construction. The approval is conditioned upon the following. One, the concerns noted in the township planner's review dated 10/7/22 and 11/22/22. Two, concerns noted in the engineer's review dated 11/16/22. Three.
Then it would be the signage variance requested, waiver requested. Signage waivers in height, area.
Are you talking about the engineering?
So we're gonna condition upon them waiving our sign
No,
ordinance?
we waive,
I know.
we have the ability to waive it, so we would waive the,
So that was listed, the reason you're saying that is because it was listed in the letter. So we're saying that we reviewed
approve
it.
the waiver of height.
You could just say, approve the site plan as presented, because that has the sign name as the proposal.
Okay, approve the sign as presented, approve the
Entrance sign
entrance
as
sign.
presented. Right. I wouldn't want to approve this drawings.
So is that three, approval of the entrance sign as presented?
Yeah.
And do we need to incorporate the $148,000 to fire, the $115,000 to utility / pathway / transportation? Do we need to incorporate sustainability? Do we need to incorporate those things?
Yes.
Okay, and then a 4 would be,
Did you just do that? Is that what you?
Well,
just
no, I
read
was-
those off, and I don't think you're trying to capture all of them, are you?
I'm trying to.
okay, I was,
You're right, okay.
And-
I'm used to things in writing and not just winging them,
Good.
which is what we're doing here.
Well, he's
No, we put them
writing.
in writing.
Okay,
As the secretary, he was.
okay. So I guess what, I guess 4 would be the, is it called the contribution? Is it called a payment? I don't want to step in it.
Benefit
Public benefit.
contribution.
So a contribution of $148,000.
We should say approximately, because the actual details get written out.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was going to say that, Jan, you beat me to it. I would either put a range or just say a monetary contribution because final dollar amounts haven't been determined yet.
So who determines that?
That is negotiated with the supervisor and the township administrator.
well, then I'm gonna vote no. If we can't lock in a certain number, what if it comes out at 100 or,
We're making our recommendation, I think.
no, but,
So we put our number
We
in.
put our number in.
okay,
Put the
Yeah.
number in,
Yeah.
and they will negotiate.
Approximately will work.
okay, approximately work.
Yep.
Yes.
I agree with you. Why are we spending all this time talking about it? We're not deciding, so.
Okay, so approximately $115,000
Was, I thought, yeah,
For wage.
for the
utility
utilities.
or pathway or public transportation,
That's 115.
Yes.
115. For utility, pathway, public transport.
That's it.
And then approximately $148,000 into fire.
Yep.
That the sustainability elements as discussed tonight regarding EV charging and
EV ready.
So solar ready residences?
Yeah, solar EV and all electric ready residences.
Right. Okay, you have it already down.
And solar farm.
The solar farm.
Yeah.
Okay, and then lead, lead Energy Star,
Lead and or lead or?
lead or Energy Star certification for DOE, zero energy ready. Those are the.
There were other things that were listed as community benefits by Mr. Johnson. We don't have that list.
But those aren't community benefits.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's what, that was the discussion about how those were nice things, but not community
I
benefits.
see.
Yeah.
What about the,
And then sustainability and then,
Did you say that was on the duplexes?
yeah, those were
That's what I
the,
wrote down.
yeah,
Okay.
it's not the senior living facility, yeah. It's a different, and all construction to meet the 2021 energy code as a minimum.
reports for regarding wastewater treatment
Yeah,
facility, monthly reports?
Prompt sharing.
yeah, I would just say
Simultaneous sharing.
just simultaneous sharing of wastewater treatment reports.
Good faith efforts to work with neighbors.
Good faith and continuing good faith effort to work with the neighbors regarding the easement
Access.
access.
That's all the points I wrote. Oh, there was one other, but it may be automatic, and that's that the fire department needs to review and approve.
And that's listed in the report.
Okay. Okay.
We have our notes and the transcript for this one.
I know, but there's what we talk about and what we vote on, and what's included in what we vote on.
True.
And I've got like 8 things or 9 things, Chris, you probably do too.
Yep, sure.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Reiser and a second by Commissioner Hyde for the approval of the PUD based on the conditions.
Approval of the PUD site plan.
Site plan. Final site plan.
Final PUD.
Final PUD approval. Whatever you want. Final PUD.
I thought we were just, we've already approved the PUD. I thought we
You
were.
approved the preliminary. Technically, it's.
Oh.
You approved the preliminary PUD, this is another.
I'm sorry.
So yes, it is.
Okay.
It's called.
Further discussion. Right. Commissioner Chang.
Okay, Commissioner Hyde,
Yes.
Commissioner Human,
Oh.
Commissioner Moore,
Before I vote, if I could just ask, so I've already voted the preliminary PUD down. Now you're asking me to look at it again for along with the final site plan to approve the PUD again.
Final.
Okay, no,
Commissioner Chang, yes, Commissioner Reiser,
Yes.
Commissioner Culbertson.
Yes. We refer to the,
I can vote on that. It's just.
Okay, so the
So
motion
approved, carries.
carries.
Maybe.
And it'll be reported as a 4-2 split vote for recommended approval. So thank you very much, and thank you for your continued efforts.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Hope you have a great holiday too. It's Monday, isn't it?
Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute break.
So here, go.
Oh, geez, look at that thing. It's a multi-stall bathroom.
We're gonna see what happens.
We're coming back at 10:02 from our break, a little longer than 3 minutes. All right, so next item on the agenda is our Zippy Friends. All right. Site plan 22009 Zippy Auto Wash. And we'll, if you could introduce yourselves and go ahead and do your presentation. Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I don't think I have you on as a, so what, are you on the call right now?
I should be under Corey Weaver or perhaps my wife, Michelle Weaver.
I'm Dave Brewer, I'm the builder, Baston O'Brien. This is Corey, he's the owner.
Corey Weaver, the owner, my wife and I own Zippy sites, so.
You're not showing up.
Showing up, strange. So can I just give you a jump drive, or are you able to display it that way?
Can you raise your hand?
Yeah, I'm right. I'm-
If you raise your hand.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, good, there we go.
Okay, good.
I've seen it before in a movie.
Join as a panelist?
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, perfect.
You should be able to share your screen.
Didn't come to us. The lighthouse car wash.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Corey Weaver. My wife, Michelle, and I are the owners of the Zippy Auto Wash, the 4 sites in Ann Arbor. They mentioned Baston O'Brien. Baston O'Brien's been our design build firm for all 4 of our sites. So we're pleased to be here this evening. Look forward to your input on our proposed project on Baker Road. I'd like to thank Doug, Laura, and Sally. It's been a pleasure working with the planning department here. Appreciate all their input. As background, my wife and I are Saline residents. We've lived in southeastern Michigan for 30 years now, and we've been in business for about 15 of those years, owning and operating the Zippy sites. So we have 4 entirely new sites in the Ann Arbor area. Hopefully we've got a chance to use at least the one closest to here on Z Road, as well as potentially the 3 others, Ellsworth Road, Carpenter Road, and then one on Michigan Avenue in Saline. So we've been pleased. We've earned a reputation as one of the area's highest quality auto washes, and are also proud to be one of the area's most environmentally responsible and philanthropic small businesses. So we've been pleased to serve Scio Township with auto wash services now. Our 10-year anniversary actually was just this November 1st. So it's hard to believe it's been 10 years since we've been here in front of the Planning Commission, but good to be back. So we're requesting consideration of our site plan application for Baker Road, shown here on the screen. So the proposed site plan is substantially similar to our existing sites, both in terms of appearance as well as function. You can see from the rendering here, it includes extensive landscaping on Baker and Jackson roads for both street side curb appeal, as well as vehicular screening. We're looking at it from the perspective of the intersection of Jackson and Baker roads. It has what we call customer-friendly building orientation, parallel to the road, and very customer-friendly traffic flow in terms of counterclockwise circulation on site. Easy in, easy out, very convenient for customers. It features automated pay terminals, if you're familiar with the one on Zebe Road, very similar to that. Plentiful stacking, which if you're familiar with the one on Zebe Road, is sometimes a bit congested. So we have significantly more stacking spaces here, as well as free vacuums, free floor mat wash and dry, and other complimentary free services. Can't see it here, but I'll show it on the next page here. We also have employee parking spaces with EV chargers, and those aren't just for perhaps occasional use. I've been driving, as well as my wife, full battery electric vehicles now for a full decade, so I can attest to all the benefits of driving a full battery electric vehicle over a long period of time. Saves a lot of money. In addition to the electric vehicle chargers, we have a state-of-the-art process water recycling system that we use at our facilities. All the Zippy washes are all electric, so all electric drives for all the equipment. It's 483 phase, extremely high efficiency, no hydraulic drives. So resource efficiency is a key factor of our operating model. It enables our customers to be both clean and green at the same time. By comparison to our Zebe Road site, which hopefully you've had a chance to visit or frequent from time to time, the Zebe Road site is currently at capacity, which is our primary interest in developing an additional site in Scio Township. There are frequently long lines, long wait times, and the site is just simply physically constrained. We and Carlisle Workman worked very hard 10 years ago to try and design a very smooth flowing site, best utilizing the available real estate there, and it does flow smoothly. However, on busy days, as you know, it does become quite congested and sometimes even backs up on the Scio Town Center Drive, which is obviously not desirable for customers and not desirable for the business either. The Zebe Road site only has 6 vacuums. Also, again, we're physically constrained there. We'd like to have a lot more vacuums than that. Customers would definitely take advantage of them if there were more. But again, we're just simply physically constrained there. So the Baker Road site, which you can see in plan view here, essentially doubles our capacity in Scio Township and will serve the continued westward population growth, some of which we just talked about in the earlier topic. So we have essentially double the stacking spaces here, 22 stacking spaces compared to Z, which is about 10. We have a total of 14 vacuum spaces here, again, more than double than what we have at Z. And then in addition, on the easterly side of the site plan, you can see some additional parking spaces. Some of those are employee parking spaces. Some of them, 8 specifically, are what we call detail towel drying spaces. So another component that's missing from Zebe Road is an opportunity for customers to pull over and quickly detail towel dry their car. So these parking spaces, in addition to being available customer service spaces, will also be fitted with a new service that we'll be offering, which is a free complimentary microfiber towel dispensing station. So customers will be able to pull into those stations, into these parking spaces, grab a microfiber towel, quickly detail wipe down their car, mirrors, wings, door jambs, those difficult to dry areas, and then recycle that towel directly into the same dispenser. At the end of the day, we collect those, launder them, dry them, and set them back out for reuse the next day. So very convenient and also very green in the sense that we're recycling the towels from day to day. So that's a new service that we'll be offering here. In addition, adjacent to the building, there'll be 2 free floor mat wash and dry systems, which enable customers, after they're done vacuuming their floor mats, to feed them into the machines. Within 30 seconds, it washes and dries the floor mat and pops it out the bottom, and customers can just simply put it back in their car at that point. So both the microfiber towels and the free floor mat wash and dry are super popular services. So we're expecting lots of customers to take advantage of those. So in general, this site is simply to address basically the added demand for the services. The Zebe Road site we've been thrilled with. It's a good problem to have that it's congested, so to speak. And we're anxious to add a second site and continue to serve the growing Scio population base. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions. Hopefully Dave and I can field them.
Yeah, just if there are questions of facts or clarification.
In your renderings that you had as part of the package. Sure. It seems to indicate that there's a Baker Road.
There was. We weren't granted that access to Baker Road.
Okay.
We tried pretty hard.
Okay.
So everything on the plans have been changed, the rendering didn't get revised.
So the entrance is only, entrance and exit is only on Jackson.
Correct, as is shown here. So the plan view that you see here, we've removed that Baker Road curb cut.
You said it's counterclockwise rotation. Come in, turn left, go around.
It is.
The building from the Baker Road side.
Yeah, it's very similar to what you've experienced at Zeeb as well as Ellsworth, Michigan Avenue, et cetera. Traditionally, customers prefer left-hand turns, so all McDonald's, for example, are always counterclockwise. Drive-throughs in general are always counterclockwise, and car washes are typically the same.
And you said there was a floor mat cleaning?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to distinguish on the site plan here, but it'll be adjacent to the building here, so close to the vacuum spaces so that customers, after they're done vacuuming, can simply walk a floor mat over and feed it into the machine. And within 30 seconds, pops a nice clean, dry floor mat for the vehicle.
And then did you say the vacuum cleaning was free?
They are, yeah. We introduced free vacuums a number of years ago as a test, and it was overwhelmingly positive in terms of customer response. And we've converted all of our sites to free vacuums at this point. And it just simply makes it much more convenient for the customer to maintain their car. There's no limit on the time usage. For example, as they pull in, they can turn it on and use it at their discretion. And it's simply be
Question, I don't know if it's appropriate right now.
As long as it's a clarification question.
You mentioned that you had a water recycle system. How many gallons of water do you use a day? Would you use a day at that facility?
Yeah, we average about 35 gallons per vehicle. So we do use a water recycling system. It uses a series of sedimentation tanks, which you may be able to see on the plan here. So the wash water is all collected inside the building. The wash water is all collected inside the building and then flows out of the building into a series of filtration, sedimentation tanks. And then at the very end of that process, we're able to recycle the water, the gray water, so to speak, back into the facility for use in less critical parts of the wash process. For example, we wouldn't be able to use it as the final rinse, but we can use it on underbody, side blasters, and various other facility maintenance functions.
So to wash, you can use gray water to wash.
Correct, yeah. So we're able to use it in areas where it wouldn't affect the final outcome in terms of wash quality.
And what do you, how many gallons of water would you use? I guess it's.
So there's a
What's the
base,
average gallons of water? would you
there's
use?
on the first page of the site plan, there's a basis of that design for the sanitary system. So water in equals water out for the most part. And so that's all calculated on there. I can't remember what it.
What does that look like? That's okay.
It's
on
on
the title
the,
page.
Let me
it's
ask
on the
this
title
question.
page of the site plan. So it'd be the first.
So how many gallons, how much water are you able to recycle?
It's about a third. So if we weren't recycling, it would be roughly 50 gallons per vehicle, but by recycling, it's as low as roughly 35 gallons per vehicle. So it's significant. And with water costs only going in one direction these days, it's very important to the business, both environmentally as well as economically. So it's to our advantage to recycle as much as possible.
So with the electricity that you use, I know that it's been discussed, but I don't see solar panels on the roof to help you pay for it.
Yeah, we don't have solar incorporated here. We have many other electrical efficiency initiatives. All of our equipment is run at 480 3-phase as opposed to 240 or 120, which makes it much more efficient. It reduces the amperage and as a result reduces the losses. So all of the equipment, the conveyor, all of the brushes, anything that you see moving is electrically controlled. And much of it is controlled with VFDs, so we're able to very slowly ramp up the brushes and very slowly ramp them down in terms of their speeds. That reduces inrush currents, and allows us to operate the equipment as efficiently as possible and as for the least amount of money, frankly, as possible. So
the electricity is derived from natural gas.
But
DTE.
let's, yeah, it's a DTE service.
Okay, natural gas.
Well, not necessarily,
Not, okay.
but I want to keep it to clarification.
So, parking spaces. You're asking for a waiver of additional parking spaces to be considered by the planning commission?
yeah, so
Like parking spaces for people to work on their cars or for staff, or
Right.
like if I'm just,
Dry them.
for drying.
So if you've been to Zeb Road, that you'll notice that people park in the vacuum spots to detail their cars. So that's one of the main initiatives here to allow.
so you want additional parking?
Yes.
Not beyond what's shown here. So what's shown here is what we're requesting for site.
No, but additional parking than what our ordinance requires, or why does there need to be, maybe that's a.
Additional above and beyond what the ordinance
So
requires.
our ordinance has like a maximum number? And that's because we don't want impervious, right? Because we'd rather water go into the ground rather than onto asphalt, concrete and go somewhere, correct?
Yeah, so specifically those 8 parking spaces that we're requesting a waiver on are along the easterly edge of the site plan. So the 2 northern parking spaces have electric vehicle chargers. Those are employee parking. And then there are 8 parking spaces that allow customers to simply pull out of the facility.
And that would otherwise be grass, a garden, or what would that, if that weren't there, maybe I'll ask the people.
Grass.
Would it be something other than that?
Something other than pavement.
Okay. And then the clearly depict the existing Jackson Road safety path. Is that a pathway, a sidewalk? What does that mean?
It's a
And,
sidewalk.
does that mean it's just not on there, or you weren't gonna do it, or it's on there and we can't see it? What is it?
Jackson Road has an existing sidewalk currently. We were planning to add one to Baker Road, which does not have one currently.
Okay.
Is there a connection then from the Jackson Road sidewalk? Is there a sidewalk link to get into the site?
There is on the far east side here.
Curious,
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
So I believe this is here.
that's correct. Yeah.
And then the planting list and landscape, is that out front or is that on the property itself?
So kind of shown here, there's the mini park area all around the building, like you see at the other Zippy sites. So it's the whole site. That list.
If I flip back one, you can see the
And it doesn't have all of them.
corner landscaping as well as landscaping out front.
And that's gotta be low for obvious reasons.
I think
The corner.
Yeah, the corner, correct. Yeah, I think there's an MDOT safety triangle.
All right, I do want to, yeah,
Is that beyond the scope of what we're, no?
well,
My questions, I don't wanna.
yeah, we still need to get to the planners review
Got it.
and engineers review, and then we
The
can get
questions are
into,
appropriate, it's just that we have a procedure
yeah,
for getting to.
so,
Thank you.
no, that's fine. Okay, so,
Yep, thank you. So we'll talk a little bit about the process here. And this is a property zone C3 highway commercial. Jackson Road overlay district. Within the C3 highway commercial zoning district, car washes are a use permitted by right. So this is not a special land use, so that it's not a PUD. This is not a case where the planning commission or the township board can place conditions on this project. When a use is permitted by right, if the applicant can meet the minimum standards of the zoning ordinance, the township is compelled to approve it. That is basically how zoning works.
But not necessarily condition 3, right? on recommendation 3, right?
Yeah, which one is that?
The waiver for the 8 additional parking.
Yeah, that doesn't need for.
That's within our purview.
Yeah, so there are a few things in your purview, correct? And that's one of them. But just generally speaking, the use of a car wash is a use permitted by right within this C3 district. I think the applicant went over, I'll touch on my comments quickly. The applicant already talked about the project, and so I won't talk about that. Page 1 and 2 of our report. With regard to area width, height, and setbacks, in our report, that has to do with side, front, rear setbacks. We show those both for Jackson and for Baker Road. There are also some special Jackson Road overlay district standards that the applicant has met. You can see all of those issues have been addressed. If you've been out to the site, you know that it's a vacant field. There's really nothing naturally significant about the field. What I mean by that is typically when you think of natural features that we're trying to preserve, we're thinking about woodlands, wetlands, steep slopes, things like that. This is a mowed grass field. And it's just directly south of the existing truck wash on Baker Road. With regard to traffic impact,
There's a crop.
what's that?
It's not just vacant, there's crop. There's corn crop that comes
Well,
in.
you can call vacant agriculture or whatever you want to call it. There's no woodland, wetlands, or steep slopes. Yeah, but it has been, I think someone has been leasing this property to grow crops over the years. With regard to traffic impact, we note a certain amount of cars that would be generated by a car wash of this size. Our zoning ordinance dictates that traffic impact analysis are required really at the discretion of the Washtenaw County Road Commission. I do not believe the Road Commission requested a traffic impact study in this particular case. And this is the one issue that I provided you guys an email with. The Road Commission was having some problems with the access to Jackson Road in this particular case. I believe the applicant is going to be able to address that when I'm done with my comments. I spoke to them during the break, and they have a more recent letter from the Road Commission that I think now is approving that location of the driveway access point. Sally or Stacy will talk about the central facilities and services. Again, that's sewer, water, stormwater detention site. Bill location site arrangement, we have no issues with that. As we mentioned, all the setbacks can be met. Parking and loading, as was mentioned by Commissioner Reiser, is an issue where the Planning Commission does have some discretion. And as it was mentioned, our parking standards, Scio Township's parking standards are a little different than some communities in that they are a maximum standard. We came up with these maximum standards a number of years ago to try to prevent over parking of sites and too much impervious surfaces. As a little side note, this occurred after Myers was constructed. We went through because Myers did not want to listen to us and put in less parking, and so after they were through, we changed all our parking standards to require maximums instead of minimums. However, in this particular case, the applicant is requesting 8 additional parking spaces over what we would normally require for a car wash of this size. It is up to the Planning Commission to make a determination. You have the ability, this is not a variant situation. This is not something I would go to the zoning board of appeals. Planning Commission has the ability to consider the consider what the applicant is requesting for the reasons they're requesting it. And they may want to provide a little more information on why there's 8 additional parking spaces. I think they did a little of that with regard to drying off stations and that sort of thing. I think it perhaps also should be considered that they're proposing some EV parking spaces, so that might also provide a little comfort to the Planning Commission in allowing 8 additional parking spaces. However, the Planning Commission is under no obligation to grant that. With regard to site access circulation, we already talked about, that was one of our big issues with regard to the Road Commission. I believe the applicant has a answer to that, but I will let them address that. We had some minor issues with the plant listing as opposed to, that is table on the site plan as opposed to what the site plan, landscape plan actually showed. Very minor issue, but there's some plant list materials that didn't exactly coincide with each other. We're not quibbling about the number of plants or the location of plants, it's just really kind of a typo kind of situation that has to be addressed at some point. Lighting plan meets our ordinance standards for lighting and signage. Frankly, signage will be reviewed in a separate permit for the, that's a separate sign permit that will have to be submitted to the township. However, perhaps the applicant can address a little bit about signage on the site and what they anticipate. We have no issues with floor plans and elevations. This will be very similar to the Zippy car wash that's currently located on Z Road. And we do list all of the Jackson Road overlay standards. Some of the architectural standards contained in section 3676 of the zoning ordinance. If you believe that the standards have been met. So we have 7 items to be addressed. I've gone over those 7 items. Really, the 2 most critical ones were the road commission access issue and the planning consideration of 8 additional parking spaces. Above and beyond what we normally require for parking. And a couple minor cleanup issues. So we're prepared to recommend approval of this site plan with the condition that the items in our letter are addressed to the satisfaction of the planning commission.
You said above which we required or above which would be the maximum?
Above which would be the maximum.
Should we go for engineering next?
Yeah, we'll go.
Sorry.
Yeah, it just, okay. Stacey.
Good evening. We also recommended approval in our review letter from November 9th. We did not have any outstanding site plan comments. Like usual, we provided some detailed engineering comments for the applicant's benefit, and those will be addressed in the next review phase, but they do not affect our recommendation tonight. I did want to point out the road commission item as well, which the applicant has shown on the screen that they received technical approval of the plans as recently submitted on November 23rd with some administrative items. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, but we are comfortable with this project as proposed.
No. I think that was received after the packet.
Right. So we just have to make sure that that gets in the, gets added to the packet. All right. Open it up for questions and comments. Burns.
In general, this site, is there the surface water consideration? I mean, the fact that we are being asked to approve additional parking spots, impervious surfaces, was there any water runoff issues that were brought up that they had put? I didn't see a detention on
The rain garden.
Yeah, they didn't need any of that, did they? At all,
That's on the site plan, isn't it? That's
Yeah, they
like-
have to meet the
So,
stormwater management.
how close
practices.
were they to any limits?
Plan north.
It's in the northeast corner.
Northeast?
Yeah, detention basin.
Well, I call it.
Oh, it's up here. I go old school. I got paper. So my engineer was here, I'll have to act in his absence. But this was designed based on this amount of impervious. We've already brought the drain commission in and done the test holes and everything that's required to determine how much infiltration we can have on site. This was based from all that information is what we need for this amount of impervious area.
So your property line is along the top?
Yeah.
And it extends to the east about another 100 feet. Good news is, since we were denied the Baker Road curb cut, that saved a huge amount of impervious area and also reduced the size of the detention significantly. We would like to have a Baker Road curb cut, but there are already quite a few driveways close by there.
Maybe it's a dumb question, but parking lots are either what, asphalt or concrete, or can any part of them be made such that water can percolate through?
There is pervious pavement.
In
It exists.
maintenance.
It comes with a high cost of maintenance.
You have to vacuum it, basically.
So all current and future Zippy site, well, not all current, but all future Zippy sites are planned to be concrete because asphalt doesn't last as long and it's tough to replace it. It's operating, yeah.
You mean because
You have to shut down the car wash. You have to shut down the car wash to replace it. Concrete. It's gonna last far longer.
No, like, I don't know how cost prohibitive it would be to make those 8 where you're not gonna have water going down it from your operations, just rainwater, like, you know, like a strip of concrete or whatever, and then to the east of that, it's something other that lets water go through, or is the site big enough that the water can be directed and percolate down, you know, on the natural areas, right?
Well, the stormwater has to be managed.
Right.
And that's what the detention pond does. So they have to accommodate that impervious surface with the detention. Now, you could make it, I mean, this is where we have
Policy discussions.
we have discussions about that.
So I believe, if I can interject real quickly, I believe when we did the perk tests on this soils, that it won't accept infiltration. There's no infiltration. So to put the pervious concrete, it's gonna end up in the pond anyways.
Just go to clay underneath it.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to actually probably pipe it to the
Tile
pond.
it.
If
So it'll
it's-
end up in the pond anyways. It would be the.
Tile it or whatever.
Because you have to capture that. All right. Can you talk about how you came up with how you came up with the 8?
Sure. Based on our experience at our current sites, we frequently see excess demand for the vacuum spaces, hence the additional vacuum spaces. But we also see, particularly at the Zeeb site, large number of customers that migrate over to Scio Town Center to towel dry their cars in our adjacent businesses' parking spaces. Fortunately, we have a good working relationship with Scio Town Center, and there's never been an issue. But there's clearly a demand for that kind of aftercare service, so to speak. And we felt that 8 was an appropriate number, not too many, not too small, to allow customers to pull in without waiting for one another. For example, we don't want cars stacking up waiting to park in those spaces, which we have experienced at Z with the vacuum spaces, where customers actually wait in the drive aisles in order to get a vacuum. So having enough so that customers can pull in conveniently, take a few minutes to quickly towel dry their car, back up and leave without creating a traffic backup, for example. So.
Do any of your other sites have the towel drying spaces and what the ratio I'm just, was this, we think we need so much, or is there some data that backs that up?
Not currently in operation. The site that we had recently approved in Canton also has 8 parking spaces for the exact same reason, same number of vacuums, same number of spaces. That site plan is almost identical.
But it's not in operation yet.
That one's not currently in operation. We've benchmarked other sites where there have been this service provided, where this service is provided to customers. And oftentimes we observed 5 to 7 customers at any given time using that service. But from the standpoint of ensuring that there's never a line or a wait where customers would potentially conflict with the drive aisle, we felt that 8 was a reasonable number.
Your engineer is in the audience here.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, do you pop in there?
okay, hi Greg.
I can, I'll just click that. I'm just, are you, I can, so Greg, you are now, I don't know if you're still there, but your name is on here. You're
You could
muted.
answer to the storm.
Yeah. There you go. Go ahead, you got the floor, Greg.
See if he's as loud as Sally.
Well, they unmuted, but we don't hear you.
You connect to audio.
So it's safe to say that this lot drained to
That back.
north.
Drains back this way. So, yeah, kind of in the direction that would be behind the truck wash, that direction.
That's the way it flows in the side yard.
Yeah.
Until you put your detention pond in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you have to manage all the water on the site.
Yeah, there's no impact on the neighbor.
I have a question, well, maybe the engineer can get on. With your dumpster, are you anticipating both recycling and trash removal, or it just looks a little small?
It's sized based on a standard 6 cubic yard dumpster. But if you're, I guess that's something we can discuss, yeah.
So just garbage.
Yes, what we primarily collect is vacuum garbage. So as customers pull into vacuum, they're typically emptying their vehicles, fast food, et cetera. My experience is there's very little that we could pick through from that would be recyclable. But
Oh, I think all we can say right now is that we'd like you to consider offering recycling. We can't, obviously, we can't mandate it, but that.
Even if you offer.
Wants to negotiate with.
Well, even
I don't know if that would be a.
Even if they provide it, doesn't mean that the customers are going to segregate their trash.
But we're working on a plan that would educate our community around recycling, so.
So Mr. Heim is a panelist now, and I think he's unmuted, so maybe you can try.
I'm trying to get this to work. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, good. Sorry, my phone never asked me if I could use my audio, but anyways. I guess I wasn't clear on exactly what the question was on the stormwater, or what I can help with. If you could repeat that real quick.
Well, I tried to do my best to answer it. I don't know if the commissioners are satisfied with my answer, if they'd like to hear more.
Basically, are the extra spaces contributing a lot to the stormwater runoff? Are you near, you're not near any limit? In theory, perhaps, if you didn't have the extra parking spaces, your detention pond could be smaller. But I don't know.
So I'd say that that area of parking would be I don't know, a couple thousand square foot maybe. The equivalent stormwater runoff retained for that would be in a range of 3% of the volume, 3 to 5% of the volume needs to be provided. Not a significant amount over this site. We're only covering less than 40%, maybe less than 30% now without the extra drive of the site with pavement at this point. So this is a pretty large site and we're not utilizing near as much space as is available. And like Mr. Brewer said, the site did not infiltrate. So any sort of pervious pavement would be limited in value just because the stormwater is not gonna get absorbed by the ground. And the pond will meet all Washtenaw County standards in that regard, including additional storage volume, a 20% over and above the normal stormwater requirements because of that lack of infiltration on site. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I do have, with the concrete, concrete does have high embodied carbon, and there is a low embodied carbon concrete that is actually approved now by MDOT. And just trying basically it's a well-graded aggregate, 40% fly ash, and uses limestone Portland cement. And if you use that, you reduce the embodied carbon by about 40% from regular concrete, and it is available locally. And I would want, if we're expanding the amount of concrete you're using, I think linking using that low embodied concrete would be helpful. Yeah, and they used it, City of Ann Arbor used it to patch South Industrial, U of M starting to use it. So it is readily available.
And what does it do again, Karen?
Low embodied concrete, cement, there's a lot of greenhouse gas emissions associated with making cement, which is the Portland cement. And so this is a way of using less cement in your concrete. And actually, all the testing for it has come out really positive, better than just like a 6-bag mix or something like that. So that would be a way of at least reducing the embodied carbon footprint. And it is linked to, the materials used in the parking. So that would be my.
Is that
thinking
more
along.
expensive concrete?
When we did the testing, it was slightly more expensive, but we also put a sealer on it. So it was, so it would last a really long time, and the sealer was relatively expensive. But now they don't have to truck the limestone Portland concrete or cement from Charlevoix. It's available in silos here. So it shouldn't be, and then it's just a matter of getting the well-graded aggregate,
So
which I think Stoco has.
You're offering this as information?
Well, I'm
or as an
offering this
alternative?
as you want these 8 parking spaces, let's reduce the embodied carbon.
Have you looked into that?
I could look into it, but I haven't. And the concern would be we're doing the concrete for longevity of the parking lot. So
Oh, this will be, it's I mean, MDOT, it has approved it for highway use, so it's got
I
longevity.
take your word, but I want to see
Yeah.
reports before I, recommend my customer.
Other thoughts?
Got a question for the petitioner. How many employees do you have that work on a typical shift?
Typically 2 per shift. We have a morning shift and an afternoon shift, so we have 2 employee parking spaces there on the eastern coast site.
So the extra parking spaces won't be for employees, obviously, so it's.
Correct, yeah, I'm sorry, the laptop died, wasn't anticipating having it on so long, but the 10 parking spaces on the eastmost side, 2 of them are employee parking spaces, those have the electric vehicle chargers, and the 8 additional spaces are the ones that are for Calpine, microfiber Calpine.
And so that, I think what you're contending is, that, one, people are going to do that detailing anyway, and it clogs up the area and the circulation on the site.
That's been our observation thus far at the other sites, is that some people bring their own towels and they just find the parking space, which may or may not be in a drive aisle or perhaps in an adjacent business, or so just simply having those dedicated parking spaces, we solve that problem on purpose. So
Out of curiosity, why would the EV charging stations be for employees, not that that's a bad thing, rather than members of the public who just need to look on their car and find a place to charge?
Sure. In theory, they could. We have a number of employees with hybrids, plug-in hybrids now. I myself drive a full battery electric vehicle. We have, basically opportunity to offer employees charging while they're at work for say 7 or 8 hours.
Or they could go out on the internet as being an available charger for members of someone driving down I-94.
I'm not sure how that works specifically. I'm familiar with, Plug Share and some of the others, but we're planning to explicitly advertise it as a reason to come to the city and park in the parking lot for several hours. But the thought being, most of our customers are there for minutes.
I get it, right.
They have versus our employees that are there for several hours.
So you're gonna put a level 1 charge?
Level 2, yeah. So
And I believe these are also free for his employees.
Yeah.
So I think what you're referring to is maybe when it's on those paid networks of systems. then
That's
it
right.
goes-
They come there and say, well, as long as I'm here, I'm gonna wash my car.
yeah. Yeah, these would be free level 2 chargers, so 240 volt.
The monument sign by the detention basin.
So we show the proposed location for that. That will be separate, permitted separately. And follow that process, but yeah, it's tentatively shown next to the entrance.
Next to the front entrance, and this sign is a remnant from when the driveway was on Baker Road.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was still on there.
So
Yeah,
we had a
that's-
driveway on Baker Road with a monument sign, so that sign would go away.
It'd be this one over here only, and it'd be not unlike.
Other Oh, by the way, the low body concrete, Tom McCurry from Down is the one.
I know Tom very well.
Yep, so he's.
I'll definitely discuss it with him, and find out more about it, because I don't know
He's
that
the one
much.
that was involved in
Okay.
all of the work, so.
We pretty much exclusively buy our concrete from Dome, so.
Well, now you know which one to ask for.
Are these all full car spaces? I mean, full-size car spaces, like a 9x18, or could we make these small car spaces to reduce impervious surface? I just don't like the idea really of, 8 extra spaces and not getting a whole lot in return, as far as whether maybe adding EV parking, another EV charging station, or
So it will
Make
be,
them small car parking spaces?
it will have the possibility of easily adding additional charging spaces if that's something that becomes
High demand.
yeah, high demand. I don't, on I've got the landscape page here, so maybe Greg could pop back on and tell you the size. If they're 18-foot spaces.
Thought they were standard size.
I think,
Weren't the drawing ones the 10 by 18s? Because of the.
because you're gonna open your door up and clean and wipe inside and
Yes, they are shown as 10 by 18, I believe, with, there's also a sidewalk in front for overhang, so there's plenty of space. Depth wise, the 10-foot was to allow extra space for people to be detailing their cars, so they would need to be able to open the door and lean in and, you know, wipe the door frames and the rocker panels and whatever else they want to wipe down. But I wouldn't, I mean, we're considering these as parking spaces, but really they're service spaces. It's part of the service of the car wash, not necessarily a place for a customer to come and access the other parts of the facility. It is part of the facility. So I don't know how that fits in the ordinance, but that's how the planner has requested us to come to the planning commission with that request. But otherwise, you know, it's something that would normally be part of a business that would be within the building. It's part of the service of the business. And that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but that's what they're designed for.
Not to me.
we appreciate your honesty.
No, I'm just trying to I'm just trying to trade off for the environment. We're giving up 8 potential, we're asked to give up 8 spots where water could go down, and if it was good enough for the corn to absorb the water, I don't know why it isn't your grass, but and so should we do something for the environment that has a concrete that has less of a carbon footprint, or should we have gravel or pebbles? No. Should we have an EV charging station for somebody to use? And I'm just trying to think of some trade-offs for that spot, and I think others at this table are as well. I don't know what the answer is. We're just kind of bandying it about. And when it comes forward, if it comes forward to the board of trustees, I'm just going to remember that, you know, whatever happens, there's a thumbtack on it it's not going to be forgotten.
My comment earlier, I'll just repeat, the retention pond, the detention pond could be slightly smaller if we didn't approve these. That's about it. I mean, the pond area would have to be a little bit greater as a result of adding these. It isn't much difference. You know what I mean? Yes.
The plantings in the detention pond area are designed to be native water loving sucking up plants, so making the detention pond bigger.
It's technical.
My technical engineering speak on that. I guess they're like rain garden plants, you know, native wetland type plants that are gonna be more carbon reducing than grass. So making the detention pond area bigger isn't necessarily the current concern, I guess, because it is designed to.
So in theory, it could have been a little smaller.
In theory, it might have been a little bit shallower. Yeah.
I have a question. Can we just, do we need agreement on what the exchange is, or can we dictate what the exchange would be for the?
I think we can dictate. If you have an idea.
No, I think the low embodied concrete, I mean, it's well vetted. If it's a small premium, it's not a large premium. And
What worries me is that is it got 30 years of historical data?
It's.
That's what I want to see.
It's, well, number one, it isn't that different from a regular concrete mix, and pushing the fly ash to 40%. All the strength testing has come out really well on it.
So I'm familiar with fly ash. Is there a certain time of the year that you can't use that concrete because of the fly ash in it? Because I know that there's blast furnace slag and fly ash and different things we put in concrete all the time, but there's certain times of the year when it's acceptable to use it and not. So I'm just wondering if that's gonna put us into a
Slag,
construction.
actually, it's slag. You're using slag.
Blast furnace slag.
Yeah. So you don't,
Okay.
because the fly ash is harder to get.
Well,
So
well,
you can use the slag.
it's also on how it cures at certain times of the year, so I'd have to talk to Tom. So.
Yeah, they do recommend the sealer if you're doing it in the shoulder seasons. If it's going into winter, you want to add the sealer. Getting into details here, but
Maybe we ought to,
Would that be for just the 8 spots or the whole thing?
I do the whole thing.
maybe we ought
Because, I
to,
mean, you're gonna pour a whole.
You don't
section.
pour each spot.
Yeah, you're gonna, yeah,
maybe
go
we ought
ahead.
to consider tabling and give, Mr. Well, you said you wanted, we
Yeah,
don't
go
want
ahead.
to like,
Perhaps another alternative would be to add additional EV charging spots and trade those for the detailing spaces. So instead of having 8 detailing spaces, we could reduce those to 6 and then add 2 more EV charging spots that would allow for greater access, not only by employees, but also if there were a need for a resident to pull in and charge on an emergency basis for.
How about either of those? The lone body concrete or the EV charging? Does that work?
His choice.
Yeah.
Whatever makes sense to them economically.
Right.
You can say, oh, this concrete is fantastic, it's better than the other stuff, and it's not that much.
I like that because I
Or
have.
you can do the 6 and the plus 2 chargers
Does that work?
for the public.
We didn't even need lawyers for that.
No, we're like the lawyers.
There's a few in this room.
We got a couple. Okay, all right, so I think any other? Okay. I entertain a motion.
Make a motion. Based on the information received from the applicant reflected in the minutes of this meeting, the planning commission finds that the site plan 22009 Zippy Auto Wash meets the required standards and findings for site plan approval pursuant to section 36-180 of the zoning ordinance and recommends approval. The site plan is granted with the following conditions. The concerns noted in the township's planner review dated 11/21/2022. Concerns noted in the township engineer's review dated 11/9/2022. And let's see, how do we want to move this?
Applicant shall either use low carbon concrete for the parking, for the entire parking lot, or be allowed 6 additional parking spots with a total of 4 EV chargers, 2 of which shall be available to the public.
You know, I wouldn't even go to reducing, I don't think we need to reduce it to 6. That was.
Or not, we're adding to 6. We have to.
Yeah, it's 6. You've got to use, if you're gonna use the other 2, you have to park the.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right now, they got none.
It-
We're
it's-
giving them something. So instead of
Still
giving them 8, I'm saying
spots,
give them
though.
6.
It's still 8 additional spots over what your ordinance says, so I think you should stick to the 8.
6 plus, yeah. 6
with
plus-
2 of them, just say with 2 of them being EV chargers.
Yeah, 8 additional spots with 2 of them being.
Okay?
Yeah, I wouldn't even reduce it to 6.
Okay, 8 additional parking spots with 4 EV chargers, 2 of which shall be available to the public, because weren't 2 going to be for employees?
Yeah, why don't you just say 2?
4 total?
You don't
Well,
need
I want 2 of them to be available to the public.
Well, all of them will be.
No, I don't know that the ones where the employees park will be. Because those are gonna be free ones to their employees.
But I wouldn't go to the 4 EV because they're already doing 2 EV. So with it's 8 additional parking spaces with either, so the 8 additional parking spaces should be at the
Two more
beginning.
EV charges.
And then either the low and body concrete or an additional 2 EV charging spaces available to the public. Because we're approving 8 additional spaces, and then the condition is either low and body concrete or 2 additional EV charging spaces available to the public.
Chris,
Okay.
that's fine. You capture that, Chris?
I think so.
You wanna run it back just to make sure?
So so applicants shall use, was it low carbon concrete?
Or
Low embodied carbon
I'd say,
concrete.
Low embodied?
EMBOD.
let me spell that.
EMBODIED.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Low embodied concrete or 2 additional EV spaces in exchange for 8 additional parking spaces.
There, second.
I would
for that
support
motion.
that.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Hyde, supported by Commissioner Reiser to approve Zippy Car Wash with the conditions noted. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Commissioner Hyde,
Yes.
Commissioner Human,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang, yes, Commissioner Reiser,
Yes.
and Commissioner Culbertson.
Yes,
Okay, motion carried.
thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Have a tough job. I'm not gonna trade the seats right now.
Good night.
Good night.
Go.
Report, yes.
You go, Ms. Chair.
Oh.
Low purpose board.
Okay,
I just want to remind everybody that it's
11 o'clock.
Yeah, 11:04.
So we are rolling on any significant reports. Yes.
I was very sad, I just want this in the record. I was very sad to hear from County Boyd that Doug Fuller died. I was not aware of that. And I would say Scio Township and Washtenaw County lost a good man. Some of you may or may not know, but Doug Fuller was on this planning commission for a number of years before he was the Washtenaw County Commissioner. Always a good guy, would always spend time listening to anything you had to say and always had a great story to tell. So he will be missed, and I would consider Doug a friend of mine, and very sad to hear that. Just wanted that in the record, particularly since he was a former planning commissioner.
Thank you. It helps to have history. Thank you, appreciate that. All right. Then on to, I want to go, since it is late, if there are some significant reports from folks, the EA. And Mr. Reiser will now be our Board of Trustees liaison.
I just would ask one question, like, should we be setting up? I know we kind of focused in on the PUD, but the zoning ordinance.
The updating of those,
Yeah.
we need to
set up, just a reminder, let me just say
Yeah,
this,
we need to set up.
Okay.
I just wanted to announce one thing, that the Resilient Washtenaw plan went to the board for the first reading. And it is finalized on the website. I'll send folks a link to it. It'd be good for the planning commission to be familiar with that. That's the climate action plan for Washtenaw County. I think the 14th, I think it requires a couple readings, so it'll be approved in December.
VOC, right?
This is the Board of Commissioners, yeah. Yeah. All right. Any other reports? We'll make sure we do it next time. Then we'll move on to the minutes. Anyone have any additions or corrections to the minutes?
Acceptance as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hyde, support by Commissioner Freeman to approve the minutes as submitted. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. Any announcements?
Not at 11 at night.
All right.
What do you want to move?
We adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you all. I just